Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the BIKC 2022 middleweight final. Now, to anybody that is tuning in at home on the live stream, we have had a bit of a crash, and the driver is okay. He has gone off in an ambulance to be checked over, but we are going to continue the grand final of the middleweights. We are going to, following the rules, go back one lap from where the drivers were currently positioned after, where are we, 7.5 minutes. So that is what we're doing. And the running order that we had at the time, we had Mackenzie Jones was running at the front. We had James Britton in second. We had Adam Shergold third, Neil Durant fourth, Sam Slater fifth, James Miller sixth, Jacob Sheridan seventh, Brad Philpott in eighth, Sebastian Miller in ninth, and Jamie Foster in 10th. That was your top 10 at that point in time that we suspended the race. So, and then as soon as that is done, we will move straight back in, and I apologize for anybody tuning in for the heavyweights. We will get to the heavyweights. They will be run, but they will be run as soon as we conclude the racing in the middleweights. And so here we go. We've had quite a lengthy delay here, Tom, and it's important now that the drivers, there's still half a race to run. They've got to pick themselves up. They've got to get back focused, back in the zone, because they're going to go racing.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to come back from now. We've been off track for nearly.
So, having a few technical problems as well with Tom's microphone. So, yeah, but it's important here that the drivers get straight back in that zone, because we have got half of a grand final to run.
Yes,
and up to that point, Mackenzie Jones fastest. He had done a 59.109 seconds. James Britton was in second. Fastest lap was a 59.247. Adam Shergold third with a 59.151. And those drivers had just moved away from the rest of the pack. The next driver, Neil Durant, was approximately 5.3 seconds behind that group of three. So, Tom, I think we'll wind up now. What will these drivers be thinking?
Yeah, we're back now. So this isn't the easiest situation for a driver to come back from. They've just had a very, very lengthy delay for something that's not very nice to deal with, and then also just been pulled back into the briefing room. Chat was had with Clark and, of course, James Hislop. They were given the option: do we race or do we call a result there? And I think the drivers agreed eventually that we should go race and at least give this an attempt at finishing. So the way that this is going to run, these carts have been sat still for a while, so they're going to be restarted. They're going to be getting a little bit warm. Then they'll go out behind the pace cart. They'll do a full lap of the circuit to get a little bit of heat both from the drivers and the carts, and then the pace will come down, and then it will be a single file restart as we've seen from the various red flags. And
indeed, and we've talked about,
we've seen all day.
We have talked about tyre temperature for a lot during the course of this event, but they're going out in carts now with tyres that are absolutely stone cold, and it's going to be very, very interesting in that first lap to see exactly who can make the most of it with the lack of grip that the carts will have.
Yeah, and we should also say that quite a lot of what we do is precautionary. It's just to make sure that obviously Blaze is okay and that he is receiving the best care possible. As we say, he is going off to hospital as a precaution to make sure he is all good. He was obviously talking to the team, just conversing, making sure that he was comfortable. He did manage to take his own helmet off as well, which is quite good. And he received a round of applause as he went into the back of the unit and is going to be heading off on his way to get a check. But we can start to see drivers.
And here we go. We have a driver. Oh, he was about to climb. Yes, yeah, we have drivers climbing into carts, which is a very good sign to see.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen drivers on track here at the finals, and in theory they should be in a semblance of order. So the result will go back from the end of lap 6, because that was the last completed lap by all the drivers. I think just because they've got the carts up on blocks, as we normally do, to try and get the carts warmed up. The driver's just been asked to just hang fire for a moment. But the results at the end of lap 6 is where the grid will be taken. So any moves that were made at the start of lap 7 will be effectively reversed. So once the karts are all fired up, once the drivers are all ready to go, and we have the circuit back in a runnable condition, we are going to get off and racing. Just see CLO, Chrissy and Sam. They've both been fantastic in helping manage this situation alongside the team that we have here running BIKC. It's not an easy job to manage a situation like this, and I do think the guys have tried to do it the best of their ability and make sure that obviously Blazer's getting the care he receives. Needless to say, he won't be out there on circuit, but we wish him a quick recovery, and hopefully we'll see him back for.
And also,
BIKC
this is exactly what Blaze would have wanted for Bayot. So if we're going to go back racing again, we're going to have we did 7 laps there, so we're going to have another 7 or so laps.
Yeah,
of
pretty
top
much worked out. We stopped
racing.
halfway through this race. It's pretty much halfway through. So we've had Grand Final Part 1, and now we're gearing up for Grand Final Part 2. As you can see the guys and girls just warming the karts up, getting ready to go. And you just see some conversations going on between various teams, various team members, and yeah, we're just starting to see drivers getting ready to go. And I feel for the heavyweights as well, because at this point they've been waiting quite a while to be able to go out themselves. Not only have they been building them, not only have our middleweights had to wait quite a while to go out, but the heavyweights have got all of this to do.
Yeah.
And they've been waiting for quite a while now. And honestly, that is a really competitive field in itself.
Indeed, absolutely. So as we look forward to the heavyweights, we are just taking the time to just check over the karts before they go out for the second half of the grand final. So there is a short delay, but we're just warming them up in the pits. They've been switched off for quite some time. So a little bit of prep going on in the pit lane at the present moment in time. There's nobody on the live stream at the moment. That's all that is enabled.
I believe we'll need to give it. We'll give it a refresh in a moment and see if
putting anything on. Obviously, it's been shut down for quite some time. So yes, that is where we are at the moment. So we wait with a bated breath for the second half of what was an absolutely intriguing grand final. And just to remind everybody, there was absolutely nothing to choose between Matthew Borrowdale, Mackenzie Jones and James Britton, and they were all absolutely bumper to bumper, dicing it out to win to become BIKC champion of 2022. Okay, so let me have a quick look around and see that there's a few messages coming in from the race control. At the moment, we are just monitoring the situation, but we will be back running the final very, very shortly indeed. I think as well as the long wait, it's this is also a wait to be all kitted out, and there's a lot of camaraderie going on as well. I can see in the pit lane between drivers. Let's finish this one and make it a great one. A great finish. And
this, because it's a new stream.
so we have live stream back up as well. We are almost fully functional and ready to.
Yeah, you can just see drivers now around the scale, so they will most likely get another weight check before they jump back into the karts. They'll receive one at the end of the race as well, but they'll be jumping back into the karts they had at the start of the race, and like we said before, it's effectively like an elongated red flag here. So the lights will go It'll be a single file restart. The only major difference over what we've seen previously is it's going to be a case of they'll get a full rolling lap before we go back to green flag racing.
And I've just seen the biggest penalty ever given out in BIKC, it has to be said. So we have a penalty for Matthew Borrowdale, which will be a 2-lap penalty.
Yeah, so that's just to get him back on the lead, the lead lap. So when we do go racing, it's not going to start causing issues with the timing system. And just to make sure that everything will be all right and ready. And you just see now drivers starting to take their carts, so hopefully we shouldn't be too far away from getting this one off and running once again. Now, just to remind you that initially on the grid, defending champion Sam Slater, he started in P2, so he started P11, and he had all of the work to do to be able to get back up towards the front of the field. We had a fantastic three-way fight between Mackenzie Jones, Adam Britt and Adam Shergold, with Neil Durant knocking on the door of that fight as well. But as the red flags went out, Sam crossed the line in P5. So already he made 6 positions up. And as we speculated that when this race got going again, he'd be right back on the rear bumper.
Also, we believe that the penalty for Matthew Borrowdale is simply to bring the kart back on the correct level of laps as with everybody else. So it is not actually a 2-lap penalty. It came up as a 2-lap penalty on our screens, but it's simply a timing issue.
That one quite literally is an adjustment just to get the drivers.
Indeed.
Just getting back on the lead lap. I just had a quick chat with Clerk of the Course, James Hislop, that just to get these drivers fully warmed up, make sure the circuit is also warm as well, because obviously 2 and a bit hours worth of racing, 2 and a bit hours of the circuit not being used, that these drivers are going to go behind the pace cars for a few laps. So effectively, we're in a situation here where this will restart under safety car, but just to make sure that the drivers are all ready to go, we'll get about 3 or 4 laps, maybe even up to 5, just to get the drivers in the carts all warmed up and ready to go, and then it will be a restart as we've seen, and the pace will just increase and increase and increase as we get ready to go back to racing. So you can just see drivers there. They're all pretty much sat in the race order. Driver 16, Mackenzie Jones. Driver 20, Adam Britton. 18, Adam Shergold. 28, Neil Durant. In the orange, it's quite easy to pick him out in that pack there. Then Kart 4, Sam Slater. 19, James Miller. 9, Jacob Sharrock. Kart 5, Brad Philpott. 8 is Seb Miller. 13, Jamie Foster. 3 Fabrizio Colucci. 7 is Matty Roberts. 27, Mark Bramford. 12, Matthew Borrowdale are the drivers I believe are going to be heading out on track. Unsure if we're going to see Ollie Smith take to the circuit. However, we will have a good pack of karts to hopefully reignite some nice, close, clean racing over a distance of about 7 or so minutes. So drivers just making sure that making sure that we are all good to go, and we will get going back again under the pace car. And then as soon as the pace is up and we are ready to go, we will bring the pace cart in, and we will get down to having a little bit of fun. You can see Clark of the course there, James Hislop running through. He's not had an easy moment. And Chrissy there just handing the microphone off to driver number 3. I probably thought he was having a little bit of an impromptu interview there as Chrissy handed it over. And just now Chrissy explaining to everyone exactly what's going on. So it'll be 5 laps behind the pace cart. Just to warm it up, the pace will increase lap after lap after lap. And then when we're ready, we will get down to showtime and be ready to go racing once again. Chris Love on the live stream from Western Supermare. So look, you had lots of mentions of Western Supermare last time.
Yeah,
back in there again.
Yeah, I've lived in Western Supermare for 10 years, Tom. So yeah.
Yeah, nice to see Ben Sproat in the chat. One of the lightweight podium finishes. He had a fantastic run to finish second off the top of my head to Dante
really
Dillon earlier
Absolutely.
on, and a very, very good showing from Ben. He's not had at times the best runs through BIKC finals, as he did admit there. I think best result was 6th. However, nice to see him out on the podium, as we do now get karts on circuit once again. So drivers are going to form up, and then we're going to be going and getting this rock and roll in. And then we're just going to get ready, get the drivers back in the correct position as they finished the end of lap 6. And it's going to be a single file restart, we've been told, just to make sure that we are all ready to go. And they'll do a couple of laps behind. I'll do a few laps behind the pace car. We've been told the magic number is 5, just to get the karts warmed up, make sure the circuit is all good to go, the drivers are all good to go, and then we'll bring the pace kart in, and it'll be a single file rolling restart. I think that's really the correct decision, Tom. And
it is a smart move. Have been sat there for such a long time, and the drivers have given a chance to get back into the whole groove of driving, but stone cold tyres going around and then straight into turn 1. I think that's a really smart move after what we have what we just seen. So yeah, let's we're almost ready to start, and here we go. So it sounds like as well we're going to be we won't have too much of a break before we go into the heavyweight race as well. As I can hear race director Ben Savory, aka Bieber, as Russ keeps referring to him as to his absolute joy. And they are going to be heading out not too long after the conclusion of the middleweights. We already have a kart facing the wrong direction down at turn number 1. I think that is backing up the decision to run a couple of laps under the pace kart, just to make sure these drivers are warmed up and ready to go. See if we can pick out who that was. I think that might have been Jacob Sharrock. Everybody trying to warm their tyres up. Lots and lots of weaving, as it is a cold November night, and we need really to get some heat into the tyres, heat into the engine, heat into the clutch system, and really get the kart back up to optimal working temperature. This is not a normal pace lap. We are going to take it around at a little bit of speed, just to do exactly what we said here, to generate that speed. Another opportunity to give us a chance to look at the electric kart that will be leading everybody around. It's a really, really good looking piece of kit, and that is actually a kart that is from TeamSport Eastleigh. And that will be going back to TeamSport Eastleigh, obviously, in a couple of days, if we allow it to go back to TeamSport Eastleigh. Yeah, I don't think we're going to. I think we're going to keep it. We're going to carry on playing with it. We might just hide it, kind of thing, and just keep it in Warrington forever. Yeah, when Eastleigh come back in on Monday morning, expect their kart 1 to be back there. It's be like, oh no, we'll have a cardboard mock-up of it, because the real one we're still going to be here and we're going to be playing with it. You see now, drivers are being led round at a little bit of pace, and it's just to make sure that they are getting a bit of temperature into the tyres, that we are going to be making the right decision and getting them off and running, and to give them the opportunity to effectively get back into the groove before we go racing. And it's quite interesting to see those times around the 109 mark at the moment. It's definitely going to be the limiting factor. There's going to be Adam there with his right foot. But the electric kart is doing quite a good job of keeping all these petrol ones behind it for the moment. You see it's still carrying a pretty liquor pace through the top section of the track. But this is now where it all starts to come back to the drivers. They all start getting themselves back into the groove. And once we've done these pace laps, our pace kart driver is going to be back in the field, getting them down to a rolling pace, and then getting us ready to go racing. And look at that, the Mackenzie Jones staying as close to the pace car as he possibly can, almost egging the pace car on a little bit to go faster and faster. We see this in Formula One with drivers wanting the pace car to go quicker, but really these drivers want to, I don't think the pace car is at ultimate pace here, but no, I think we're just driving probably around about 80% here, just to make sure we just get a bit of heat in the tyres. But obviously, and car 16 there, they're actually deliberately sliding, trying to get some slide going, to get some heat.
I think the fun part here is these guys are lapping the circuit about between 102 and 104, depending on the driver. If anyone who's been around here before, if you came here on a normal session, having done a couple of laps around here, and you came off after a 104, then you'd probably be relatively happy with yourself. I've seen quite a few times that a 104's topped open sessions around here, and to think that these guys, this is a slow pace for these. These guys are taking it at a slow pace for their race speed, but are still running 102, 104.
Indeed.
That's some people's personal best pace.
Indeed.
Just shows the sort of just shows how good these guys on the track really are.
Okay, here we go then. So we go around for another lap under pace car conditions. I wonder if these drivers have ever been through anything like what they're about to go through now.
No,
but it is the same for everybody. It's the same set of circumstances. And let's see who. This is probably where experience really, really counts, and of racing experience. So maybe it possibly favours drivers who have got a bit of a long history of racing karts. If there's any newcomers out there to the whole sport of karting, or not really raced at this level before, then potentially they might find it quite interesting. As it's nothing beats experience in situations especially like this.
Yeah, it's not an easy position to be in. However, you get the sense now that these guys really just want to get down and start racing. Like we said, we were about halfway through this final, and it had been a fantastic run for the likes of Sam Slater. You can see Jones now is just pushing the pace car. He's signaling his intent. He's like, we're warming off now. Let get out of my way, and let me get away. I want to start running away now. And throwing it through the top end of the track. These guys are all in the same carts they had last time. And just to run you guys through the order that they will restart in. So, Jones, Britton, Adam Shergold. Then it's Neil Durant, Jacob Sharrock, Sam Slater from 11th on the grid. Originally is now up into P6. Brad Philpott in Kart 5 is up in P7. And then James Miller, Sebastian Miller, Jamie Foster, Fabrizio Colucci, Matthew Borrowdale, Matthew Roberts, and Mark Bramford. Now the driver's being pulled over. Done. That's the warm-up done from what we can see. Now we're going to be getting down to the fun part. So last orders now being given by the clerk of the course. And what we want to see is a close, fair, clean contest. And we want to get through to the end of this one now without any further issues. And the line in the sand being drawn there by Mr. Hislop. He heads up to the front of the field. Clerk of the course is possibly one of the jobs I would not want to have in an event like this. It's one of the toughest positions to occupy and to make all of the important decisions. But we are now getting ready to go. Signals given, and here we go.
James nerves of steel Hislop is what
James nerves of steel Hislop, but here we go. This is the one that matters. These drivers have had to wait a long time for this one to start, but now we're just a couple of corners away from it. For those who haven't maybe seen us do this before, when the pace car gets towards the Dunlop 2 corner, it's going to drop the throttle and it's going to roar away from the pack. At that point, the circuit is under the control of Mackenzie Jones. We go green once again here in BIKC. And let's see how this goes. 7 minutes on the clock. 7 minutes to decide your champion. And Jones already is starting to pull a bit of a gap. James Britton's there in second place. Looks like Adam Shergold, Neil Durant are going at it straight away. Looks like a touch in the tunnel between Durant and Sharrock's gone through. Oh, we've got another spinner at the back end of the field. So not sure
18.
What's gone through there. Looks like a bit of contact in the tunnel. That is 18, Adam Shergold. I thought we saw a little bit of contact. I thought he managed to get away with it. And Sharrock came through in third position. Maybe that was a little bit of help from Neil Durant. But Sam Slater now is in the pound seat, and he's right behind his BSR teammate. We said that this may end up being a position where Slater could capitalise. He's now running in P5. Straight down the inside. That was
massive
a full send for Sam Slater, and now he's into P4. He can see a podium in front of him from 11th on the grid. If he can pull this off, then that is going to be one of the great drives here at BIKC. But over the line, Mackenzie Jones leads. Adam Britton in second. It's Jacob Sharrock who's there in P3 now, and Sam Slater can sniff a podium as they head through the top section of the track. Brad Philpotts up into P6 just behind Neil Durant. Seb Miller 7th, Jamie Foster 8th, Fabrizio Colucci in 9th. Matty Roberts rounds out your top 10. Matthew Borrowdale, Mark Branford, James Miller, Adam Shergold all caught up in that incident, and they're at the bottom end of the pack. Adam's going to be absolutely furious with that one.
Okay, it's great. Mackenzie Jones is, he had a great start there. He was, I thought he was a good second in the lead. It's James Britton has done really, really well to peg him back and still be in it. Jacob Sharrock is driving brilliantly in third. Sam Slater, can he get on the podium? I mean, he has had such a torrid event. Qualifying only 7th. We're in the final. He's running 4th. Neil Durant is in 5th. Brad Philpott again with lots of issues during the heats. He's running in 6th place. Sebastian Miller's in 7th. Jamie Foster is 8th. Fabrizio is in 9th. And Matthew Roberts is currently in 10th place. And the gap at the moment is remaining extraordinarily stable. And one would have thought at this point with tyres that are so cold that somebody might have a bit of a pace advantage. But it's not really happening. The only thing that is happening is that the first and second are slightly pulling away from the rest of the field. Jacob Sharrock, is he able to stay in touch with the top two? Because at the moment it is looking very much like a two-horse race.
Yeah, we saw Jones and Britton stretching away with Shergold in tow, and now Sharrock is the one occupying P3. I'll speak English in a moment there. But the thing you've got to look at is Sam Slater is 2.8 seconds away from defending his title successfully. Over the line this time, Jones just takes a little bit of a look over his shoulder. We can see that Britton is still there. 0.3 is
definitely
the gap.
Closer.
1.1 seconds is the gap between Sharrock and Mackenzie Jones. Slater's still 2.7 seconds back. Britton has found a turn of speed here. There's literally a couple of laps left to go here for this main event. Mackenzie Jones, we've seen him run away. We've seen James Britton run away. Now the pair of these guys are going to have to start fighting amongst each other for a British Indoor Karting Championship title. We've been looking forward to this.
We are starting to enter the closing stages of the race here. We've probably got 2 laps or so left after this one. So it is starting to get into a position where it is now or never for James Britton. If he wants to become British Indoor Karting Champion, he's got to make a move now, and he is absolutely right on the bumper. He's got a severe overspeed on Mackenzie Jones. Can he make a move in the last couple of laps that we have left?
Over the line they go, and it looks like Britton's about a 10th quicker than Mackenzie Jones. Here we're looking to see if Slater's going quicker. Slater's going quicker than all 3 of these, so 2.5 seconds is the gap. If these two really start fighting, you cannot count out the Bristol driver from getting himself on the podium. Sharrock has dropped a little bit off the back of him. Well, he had at the start of that lap. Now he's caught right back onto the back of James Britton there. Maybe a small mistake there from James Britton as they now drop up onto the top section of the circuit. It looks like Neil Durant has dropped down the order in terms of lap time. Maybe there's something we're not quite seeing on our timing screen, as now they head over and under the Monster Energy Bridge, as Mackenzie Jones now has a little bit of a gap against James Britton, and James Britton's going to have to worry a little bit about Jacob Sharrock that sat on his rear bumper.
He's looking behind him. He knows he's going for the win, but suddenly he's looking behind him. Drive number 9, Jacob Sharrock, has pulled right up to the back of James Britton. We're going to go through for the final lap, the last lap in the British Indoor Karting Championship middleweight division is away. And let's see what's going to happen. It's all going to happen in the last few seconds of the entire afternoon of racing. And at the moment, it looks like Mackenzie Jones has got it. There is a little bit of a gap between himself and James Britton. And at the moment, James is not close enough to even mount a challenge. It's all going to come down, I think, to the corner at the end of that really flowing straight that goes straight past the pit lane. And Mackenzie takes a little glance behind him. He knows he's not fast enough. But will he take any chances? Is he going to go defensive? No, he doesn't. Doesn't need to go defensive. Around the first hairpin, going around the second hairpin. And it is going to be a win for driver in car number 16, Mackenzie Jones is British Indoor Karting Champion 2022 Middleweight Division.
Yeah, so over the line, James Britton managed to come home in P2. Sharrock did end up bagging the fastest lap of a 59.0, but I'll be honest, you're going to have to take your hat off to Sam Slater from 11th to 4th on the grid. That is truly a champion's drive. But kart number 16, Mackenzie Jones, he won the 2020 Rising Stars champion. He himself is now a double British Indoor Karting champion, having won in the Rising Stars in 2020 and then winning the middleweight title here today. In terms of your podium sitters, that is Warrington 1, Sheffield 2 for James Britton, and then Warrington in P3. That now also makes Warrington the first circuit to take 3 British indoor karting titles, and you can see how happy Mackenzie Jones is. And to have a chat with him and to find out exactly how he's feeling after that one, we're going to head down to our man in the pit lane, down to Rodstone.
And what an absolutely fantastic race that was. We are just waiting for the drivers to come out of the kart so they can get weighed. And we have Jacob Sharrock in third, James Britton in second, and Mackenzie Jones taking the title of the British Indoor Karting Champion. James Hislop is just congratulating everyone. And here we go for the scales. All clear on the weights. Jacob. Come on over, Jacob. Well done. Jacob, James, Mackenzie. What a race. Not quite the race you were expecting, but congratulations, guys. Mackenzie, what a difference a year makes. How was that for you?
It was good. I didn't want to win the race because of someone being injured, so I'm glad we restarted and I got the win, didn't I? So that's all that matters.
And as you guys are well aware, it's not just you. It takes a lot of support from everyone else. Is there anyone you'd like to thank while you got the chance?
My dad for coming watching. Everyone watching at home. That's it, really.
And anyone you'd like to thank?
Well, everyone that's messaged me. I came off after qualifying and I think I had about 15 messages from people saying, have a great race, didn't expect it. Some guys I've not spoken to in years, so yeah, it's good to see the spot.
You've done yourself proud, congratulations. And anyone you'd like to say anything to?
Same, just family. Yeah, he's come along, yeah, it's good.
Congratulations, I know it's been a very long day for you guys, and to stay focused that long, truly inspirational. Thank you guys, and we're just going to go over to Russell in just a moment, and he's going to take you guys over to the podium. Here we go, let's head over. They're just having a discussion, getting everything ready to make sure it is all proper and correct. And here comes Russell himself.
Thank you very much. Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen, we have one last thing to do, and that is the presentation for the middleweight final. And before we start, I just want to say that the family of Blaze have been in touch with us and said that he's okay. And how good is that? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And they would also like to take the opportunity to say they want the event to continue as normal. They also want to thank all the efforts from all the crew and all the team and all the medical staff and St. John's Ambulance as well for all the great work that they did here. And that's really fantastic. So we are going to move on, and I'm going to introduce you to the COO of TeamSport. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Simon Wooldridge.
Thank you, Russ. So firstly, a massive well done to all the drivers. That was a difficult session for everyone, but some absolutely exceptional racing. And I think based on the fact that 5,000 people applied to and went through the BIKC finals, to get here into the final is really quite an achievement. Also, a thank you to everyone that came along to support and cheer their drivers on. It's much appreciated. Our sponsors, of course, we must thank Motorsport UK, Biz, Club 100 and Will and the team, and Total Karting Zero, and not forgetting Monster, of course. And last but not least, of course, our crew who have done an amazing job to put this event on and run it so professionally. So thank you very much. And without further ado, we're over to the yeah.
Thanks, Russell. Yes, hello and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will. I'm from Club 100, and I just wanted to say a few words. So first of all, congratulations to everyone who's taken part. You've done really, really well to get to the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championship. It is amazing to see how many people have taken part this year. 5,500 people all over the country. You've all done amazingly well, so congratulations to you all. From our perspective, Club 100, we are the next step up. If you want to try outdoor karting, high performance, two-stroke, arrive and drive karting, so you don't have to buy your own kart. We provide everything. Yeah, then come and check us out. I'm really looking forward to presenting the prizes to the top drivers here. But from Club 100, I want to thank TeamSport for inviting us to sponsor the championship again this year, and congratulate them for running an amazing event. They have great staff. And thank you very much, Russell, Chris, Steve, and Simon, and everyone else. Club 100, next year. Come and race. Whoop, whoop.
That's my catchphrase. Right, here we go. So we are going to continue now. What we are going to say, ladies and gentlemen, is these are the results as it stands at the present moment in time, okay? There is an appeal going on in the background for third place. But in true motorsport tradition, that appeal, it might take us a while to get to the bottom of that. So as it stands, this is what the results. So third place at the moment, you're going to have to sweat it out a little bit to see if you get to keep that third place. But ladies and gentlemen, he still drove absolutely brilliantly. Put your hands together for Jacob Sharrock! Okay, fantastic. Now we move on to the top two drivers who absolutely slugged it out all the way through that grand final. Coming home in second position, representing TeamSport Sheffield, it is James Britton. We just got a few pictures, a little bit of paparazzi. You were in there then, Simon. You were part of the podium. Right, okay, but we've got one driver left, and no matter what happened this afternoon, what elements were thrown at him, he got through it all, and he drove absolutely brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, your British Indoor Karting Champion of 2022 Middleweight Division, the one, the only, Mackenzie Jones! Whoop, whoop. Okay, now we are going to have a little bit of photograph, a little bit of camera time. Here we go. Done. Right, okay, now guys, there's some champagne there. It's armed, it's loaded. We've even got some protective gear here, but careful, don't run on it because it's slippy. And but it's over to you. Go for it. Here we go. For the champagne. Here we go. Up, still one to go. You got to twist it off. Twisting is the one. Here we go. Yeah, we can still do it. Yes! Give it a shake! I think he wants to drink it, I think. Oh, have we got a shoey? Oh, come on. Come on, we've got a shoey. We got 2. Are you not joining in, Jacob, with the shoey? Not going to... Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's do it together. Let's do the shoey. Yes! Well done, guys. Daniel Ricciardo, eat your heart out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you so much for everything and supporting us during BIKC 2022. It's been a long afternoon. I just want to say we will see you all again in BIKC 2023. From everyone at TeamSport, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Just a little bit behind there, isn't he?
Congratulations to the drivers. There we go. Now you can hear me. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're back. We're back in the studio. We're going to get going with heavyweights up next. We just want to say to just emphasise, Blaze was conscious and responsive during the incident. And his dad, we've spoke to his dad. He just wants to thank everybody involved and wants to carry on as normal. We won't be showing a replay, obviously, but we all send him the best of wishes.
Yeah,
he gets checked out in hospital. Right, so that leads on to the final, you would call it, the heavyweights. Jen, can you tell us more about what we're about to look forward to?
Yeah, of course. So we have the entire podium from the 2021 final returning, with the Adrian Ray being the winner last year. We are also seeing John Paragon, who was second place last year, who won their regional final at Liverpool this year. And we see Adam Hatfield back as well, third place from last year and the national final, third place in 2020 actually, and national finalist last year. So there will be some good racing out there. And we see Emmanuel also making it back from ninth place in 2020 as well.
We're going to have to share microphones now, apparently. The top 3 drivers that were on the podium last year are back again, so this is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Let's go through the lap again of the Warrington track with yourself. Talk us through it. You've done it for the first time on Friday. She'd never done it before. And let's see what happens.
There we go. Okay, so we're going to play through at half speed real quickly. So this is where the original start-finish line is. Nice line on this corner. Carrying the speed through as fast as you can, go out wide and make your way towards the right hand side of the track for the next corner as well. Carrying the momentum through is important. Obviously on this section of the track you want to make sure you keep it as high as momentum as possible. Flat out for this section of the track now, you don't want to use your brakes or anything like that. You want to keep the momentum going. Straight down this part, flat out. There we go. This is obviously where the incident occurred earlier. If we want to play the rest of the lap in full speed for us real quickly as well. This is the start-finish line for this at the moment. We've got the Dunlop Bridge, and then you've got the underneath Dunlop. Left-hand corner, and you want to hold the wheel through this section of the track, hold the momentum through underneath the bridge, keeping the momentum going. Again, keep setting your wheel in the direction you want it to go, and then again flicking into the up ramp. Come out nice and wide to the right, and then to the left of the track. You want to miss the first apex, hit the second apex, and make your way into the middle of the track for the little bit of the up ramp. Right hand side, flick straight back left. You want to hold the wheel again, place the wheel to keep the momentum going. Again, a little tap of the brakes and then full speed through this corner as well. Again, holding the wheel for that momentum, very, very important for this track. Down that down ramp and then nice and flat out to the end of the circuit then.
Can I ask, just if we take this back just ever so slightly, right? If we just bring it back to, I can't even bring it back here. So at which point here, like at this point here, is that flat, like absolute foot flat to the floor here? Once you've sort of basically rounded this corner and then it's just flat down right the way through.
Yeah. The point in which I am full throttle in this section of this track is exactly from...
Oh, so it's that far back?
This point, yep. So at this point here, I have the throttle all the way to the floor and I do not let go until I'm at that braking point at the end of the circuit.
Wow. Oh, you rebel.
I'd love to see you have a go at this. That'd be
me?
Yeah, it'd be the.
Well, we talked about it previous years. We said about actually running round and seeing which of us could get round quicker.
Oh, definitely, I'm definitely not running around this. I've seen it. Yeah, good. Well done, Jen.
Thank you.
Super proud of yourself for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so we are going to go to the heavyweights very shortly. They're just getting themselves all nice and ready. I think we should give away some more go-karting vouchers. Should we do that?
Yeah, we need to come up with a competition first. We need to figure out
my head because I'm great.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So
interesting.
I'm going to do kart roulette, or should we call it kart bingo, right?
Oh, yeah.
You just got to pick a number, 1 to... How many karts are racing in the next one?
This is the thing, we were going to do this yesterday, but then we said we didn't know what karts.
Yeah, we'll just do it anyway.
All right, okay, fair enough.
We've got another pair to give away, so... how many karts are racing in the heavyweights?
I think I've seen 1 to 28 racing so far.
So pick 1 to 28, right, before the start of this... Before the end of the final. Should we call it that?
Yeah.
All right, end of the final of the heavyweights. 1 to 28.
Yeah, I think so.
Send your prediction in now to win@bikc.co.uk, and we'll pick if that kart number wins the final. We'll give you go-karting for 2.
That's all right.
It's all right, isn't it?
Can I have a go and all?
No, absolutely not.
No. What I mean is, can we have a go? Can we write down our predictions anyway?
Yeah,
We're not going to win, but let's write down a prediction. Let's all get a number in our head.
Well, it does mean
Already got mine.
Have you?
Yeah, my lucky number.
What would that be?
18.
Oh, okay.
All right then.
What's your lucky number?
18. I'll fight you for it. No, I'll figure it out.
As always, on the socials, get involved at BIKC official. And
we've got kart numbers coming in all over the place.
Numbers coming in, yeah. Get them in the YouTube as well. We'll just pick them from the YouTube.
Nathan's already saying 18 for me.
We'll put them all into one little generator thing and pick someone at random at the end of the final, and we can send you some vouchers.
Yeah, this is good. Make sure, as I say, email and win at bikc.co.uk for your chance to win.
Yeah. Have we got Simon for a chat? Do you think we can? Should we bring him in? Are you free for a chat, Si? This is Simon Muldridge.
Hello, I'm going to share the microphone.
COO of TeamSport.
Oh, yeah.
We were just saying we're just running a competition for giving away two go-karting vouchers, so thank you for that.
That's good.
How's it been? How have you found today? Obviously, a bit of a different one to what we'd expect, but
yeah.
Have you enjoyed what you've seen today?
It's been amazing, hasn't it? I think the support has been fantastic for everyone. I think everyone's been having a great time. We've obviously had the accident that. Thankfully, Blaze is going to be fine, and hopefully he'll make a full recovery. And everyone was very, understanding and patient, and the team did a brilliant job. So, I mean, that's good news. And the racing has been, it's been absolutely phenomenal, hasn't it?
It has. It's been one of the best years.
It is truly world class, and you watch them, speeding round, and the quality, and it's been very, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. And the team have done a great job as well.
Yes.
Not an easy event to put on.
No,
and run.
There's coffees getting run around all over the track to the cameramen and everything. Yeah. So it's been great.
It's been very, very good.
I think we should carry on. The heavyweight is about to begin, so let's hand down to the commentary with Tom and Russ.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are now up for another titanic struggle. That is the British Indoor Karting Championship 2022 heavyweights. I just want to say, who said in the live stream that Jurgen Klopp has had his last... that's me that they're talking about. They're talking about me. And I've got years left in me. What are you on about? It's
Jurgen Klopp and Pep Guardiola upstairs, isn't it? A full complement of managers around here.
We can very much get through what we've got coming up here. So, here we go. Let's just start talking about what we're doing here. So we are running the practice quali at the moment, which is proving to be an absolutely critical part of the whole race event, because it is the lap times, it's the standings at the end of this that will determine the grid positions in both heats for this set of drivers. So this set of drivers consists of Stuart Andrew, Barney Williams. Well, I'm reading it off the screen and they're all jumping around. So Adrian Ray, Stuart Andrew, Barney Williams, James Wiltshire, Tom Clark, James Lee, Emmanuel Vado, Stuart Clark, Lewis Smithen, John Paragon, Jason Kirkham, Jake Pannell, John Bloodworth. They are the drivers who are driving at the moment in qualifying session number 1. And the first laps are going down. And let's see what action we are going to get in the next few hours. Tom, what do you make of the heavyweights this year?
The heavyweight is always a really good fun category. It's always a really closely fought one. And last year we didn't have many returning drivers. This year's very different. We also have the defending champion currently out on track. That is Kart 3 Adrian Ray. He won the title last year, and would you believe it or not, Adrian is racing out of Warrington this year. So we had a driver in every single category, but Adrian Ray is the one that we've got out there today. And you can just see the helmet that he's got. It's a white bell helmet. You can just see on stream now, and it looks like it's covered in writing. That's the signatures of various different drivers, staff, crew. I'm pretty sure mine's on there somewhere from all the events that he's done, and it's just a nice little memento. It's just a nice little memento he carries around with him, and normally is racing in a blue boiler suit. So to see him in a proper race suit today is a little bit strange. But he's currently third at the moment. On pole position though, 18 John Paragon. John, again, a driver who is very adept to the British Indoor Karting Champion. The vice champion in the heavyweight category last year was John, and he's currently the fastest driver out on track at the moment with 60.083. Barney Williams in 13. He's just started to pick up the pace. Stuart Andrew moves up into P3, and the heavyweights is normally extremely close grid, and normally extremely good fun as well to watch.
Okay, fantastic. So, yeah, early lap times. Barney, they're starting to come in there. We've just got the first lap time that is under 1 minute, so 59.968. So just remind this is the heavyweight section. So technically, we shouldn't see lap times quite as fast as what we have seen in the light and middleweight. But let's see, because it does not always work out like that. John Paragon, who came second last year. Great, we have the top two racing this year who finished last year. He's already starting to get quick early. He's just gone round in a 59.90, which is 0.068 faster than Barney Williams. But at the moment, all other lap times are north of the 1 minute threshold. So here we go. We're running in the yellows at the moment.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going through the mandatory lights test. As you can just see, 18 John Paragon there, pole sitter. He's wondering what manner of things occurring. He doesn't quite realise that we need to go through a lights test, so unfortunately we have to get the boring part out of the way. Lights go to green, and we can start qualifying. The good news for John, though, is the longer he takes doing the lights test, the longer he's going to be on pole position unchallenged. So it's actually to his benefit there. That what I will say isn't to his benefit is he's got Jason Kirkham just in front of him there. So he's going to have a little bit of traffic to try and negotiate before he can get the cart wound up and head on a proper flying lap down the inside. And he negotiates that traffic with ease, does John Paragon. And he winds up his Biz Evo 3, and he gets ready to take it for a lap of this 1,000-metre TeamSport Warrington circuit. Gets the cart towards the outside, goes through the Century Sim corner, then it's a very tight section through here. You only really want to turn the wheel once and thread the cart between the barrier as you get now onto towards the tunnel section. It is quite bumpy and easier to slide the cart through here. Throw it into the left hand as you head up the ramp. Stay middle on the exit. Miss that first apex, hit the second one as hard as you dare, and then straight up the ramp. Quick right, quick left, and then again out towards the barriers. Get the cart in a straight line before you just tap the brakes into the top hairpin just to get the nose turned in. Double left-hander, now fire down the ramp under the Monster Energy Bridge and get into one of the fastest corners in karting. Left, right, thread it through the barrier, down the back straight, tap of the brake in towards the first hairpin, then bring the car back over to the outside, miss the bump that's on the way in there, and then stay towards the middle through the third hairpin. Get a nice run out, get the car in a straight line. Looked like a very, very tidy lap there from John Paragon. Let's see what he can do. And that first fly is a 1 minute point 1, so 2/10 off his best at the moment. It still keeps him 6,800 to the second in front
Tom,
of
let me say,
Barney Williams.
Adrian Ray, last year's champion, only 5th at the moment, and we saw this a little bit in the earlier middleweights where we had champions racing, and they had a very, very poor qualifying session, literally ending up at mid-pack, and they literally clawed their way back, but only were able to make it back to 4th position and down. That is how important this section of the racing is. John Paragon, who came second last year, is really out there showing the way here at the moment. 59.9 is still the fastest lap. There's 2 drivers that are in that zone of sub 1 minute. And Adrian Ray, last year's champion, 0.47, almost half a second slower. At the moment, that last lap he did was a 101.075. So Adrian Ray, if he is going to defend his title from last year, has got an awful lot of work to do and needs to put some really quick lap times in right now.
Yeah, so it looked like he had a little bit of traffic in that last lap. He's got number 5, James Wiltshire, just behind him, and I think he had John Bloodworth just in front as well on that previous lap. As he now fires down the back straight, he's going to go through the left, through the right of the chicane. Very good
let's
line
follow a
through
driver.
there.
Let's follow a fastest driver. Card 18, if we can. Chaps in the background. We'll find car 18 and
John
current
is up
fastest
to
driver.
on track as Adrian Ray just finishes this lap. He's coming through the Dunlop S's, goes under the Monster Energy Bridge. Can he move up? That's a 1 minute point 7 for Adrian. He's going to want to try and find a bit more than that. Looks like John may have just backed out of that lap as they're now heading through the top section.
There is driver number 18, that is John Paragon. As we say, we can snap 2 different drivers. If you have any requests, then send them in, but obviously if we get flooded with every single request, there's only so much that we can do with the technology that we've got, which is pretty fantastic. They can't do this in Formula 1, but we can do it in the BIKC 2022 here at TeamSport Warrington.
Yeah, John's being chased there by Jason Kirkham, being effectively referred to as the Power Ranger in the live chat at the moment by the Ratfords, from what I can see. So it's Paragon versus the Power Ranger as they head up on the top section of the track, and you can just see that's maybe starting to get some battles starting to form as they go down the top end of the circuit. You're in order at the moment: John Paragon, Barney Williams, Stuart Andrew, Lewis Smithen has moved up into a P4. That's a good move from Lewis. He's down here from TeamSport Docklands. He's had a small drive up. Jake Purnell from Dunstable ahead of Emmanuel Nobodo.
Tom, we have
Jason
another request. Can we change to show John Bloodworth, who's only 15th, but why not? Kart 21, gents in the back. Kart 21, can we home in?
Searching through the camera feeds, and we're looking at the kart number 21. Let's see what John is doing out there on circuit. He's towards the back end of the field, and he's got a very, very distinctive race.
There he is.
The irony is in kart 21, wearing a race suit that says kart number 35. That's not going to get complicated at all. But John now coming through the top section of the circuit. It's a very nice orange coloured helmet that he's got there. It's very different orange to what we've seen personally. It looks like it's sparkling under the lights as well. It's a very, very nice design. Heads in towards turn number 1, gets the kart turned in on the brakes. Maybe try and use a little bit more of the road on the way out of that corner. Throws it through the left into the right of the final hairpin. He's going to come over the line, and we'll see what this lap is for John. His personal best at the moment, a 102.6. That was a 102.4.
Okay, now can we show Emmanuel? Kart 9. Can we show Emmanuel switching between drivers here? We've had a request to show Emmanuel Nobodo and in kart 9, and we will home in on kart 9 any second.
So
now we have on the live stream we have people watching us from Holland.
Hello to those from Holland.
Surely Max Verstappen fans tuning in.
Yeah, we don't have Max Verstappen, but I do have under good authority. We have Max Kostkappen on one of the cameras as Emmanuel starts a flying lap here. It's currently 6/10 off the front and 7th fastest overall in this category. There's about 4 minutes left for them to try and make a move up the order. Looks like a very tidy lap so far. There's not much sliding. Missed the first apex, hit the second one. It's a very good line through there. Now, Emmanuel, if I'm not wrong, I believe he's a former kart champion as well. So he's used to being towards the front of a field. Stuart Andrew moves into second place. One of 3 drivers now in the 59s as John has moved the benchmark over to a 59.607. Let's see what Emmanuel Nobodo can do. He's P7 at the moment. Personal best lap is a 1 minute point 331. So let's see what he can do. So again, a very tidy line through the first hairpin. James Lee moves up into P8, knocks Adrian Rain. James Wiltshire down to P10. Over the line, Emmanuel goes. Let's see if that's an improvement, and it is. He moves up to P5 on a 60.1. So 60.132. He's just knocking on the door of the 59s at the moment.
Can we see driver number 16, Louis Smithen? I've got to say it because I have to say it for the audio guys to actually hook up with it.
Yeah,
so he's running 4th at the moment. A couple of requests there.
The flyover, I think. Is that 16? Yes, it is. A nice blue design for Louis Smithen there. And he's come all the way from London Docklands, so he's again had a little bit of a track up here. He's coming round the final couple of corners, so we'll be able to get a lap time off him in the very immediate future. Over the line, Louis goes. He's 4th at the moment. That doesn't look like that one was an improvement to 60.189. His PB at the moment is a 60.116. So he's a couple of thousandths off that at the moment, but still only 3 drivers in the 59s. That's Paragon, Andrew and Williams at the front of the field, and the drivers now all flying through.
Fantastic stuff, and we are in the closing stages. Should we show another driver? Is there
Just
anybody
asking if
out
Tom
there
Owens
who
has been out
wants
yet? No, he's on the next one as drivers start winding carts
Jake
up.
Purnell or Tom Clark? Tom Clark is 28. Can we see 28? Audio-visual team behind me who are doing an absolutely brilliant job.
Let's find Tom Clark. So 12 goes through our screen. That's Stuart Clark. And then heading up the top section, you say, and you shall receive. Tom Clark appears up on our screens, and he's going up onto the flyover. Good line through the top section of the track. He's going up onto the flyover now, throws it into right, into left, just touches the barrier in front of Michael Schumacher, taps the brake. A good line through there, got the rear of the car rotated around the apex. This looks, again, like a very, very tidy lap from Tom. Let's see if it is a fast one. So a 60.391 as he heads into the top section of the circuit. Just a couple of corners from home as drivers starting to wind up for their final flying laps here of TeamSport Warrington. And it's still Paragon on pole, this time by 3
Okay, we're going to have one
tenths.
final one. Kart 27, Ben Riches. Sorry we can't get around to all the requests. But 27, guys, if you can hook up with 27, that
Ben
would be absolutely
Riches
fantastic.
is currently down P12 at the moment. He's 8 tenths off the pole. And there we go. As quick as that, we have got a good team here with Revolution Audio. There's a reason why we keep partnering with these guys from BIKC.
They're right, aren't they, really?
Head through the top section of the track. I mean, they bring innovations every year. I mean, we've got the Gen Pad this year. How cool has that been to go through and reviews? Checker flag comes out. Drivers all finishing their lap now. Ben Riches goes over the line, doesn't improve that time. Barney Williams did improve his time. He's 500th of a second off. Jake Purnell moves up into P5. Stuart Clark moves up into P9. So lap time still coming through at the moment. Defending champion Adrian Ray's currently in P8. Looking to see if we've got anyone else on a lap at the moment. I think that's going to be everyone having seen the checkered flag.
And Adrian Ray, last year's champion, only 8th quickest. That is the big news from the first qualifying session.
Now, that being said, though, look where our defending champion from middleweight started. It was about that sort of point that he qualified. So, and they managed to get themselves up into 4th place at the end, did Sam Slater. So you never know. And he just pops up into 7th place, which is exactly where Sam Slater qualified. So it looks like the defending champions love trying to make life difficult for themselves.
7th is good. They're the Lando Norris of start 7th, finish 7th in the championship. Lucky number 7. Yes, indeed.
Man.
But John Paragon, what a great lap. 59.607. Barney Williams second in that 59.662. Less than 1/10 of a second in it at the end. Stuart Andrew with a 59.908, 0.3 seconds back. Louis Smithen, just over a minute, 1 minute, 0.116. Jake Purnell is next. Emmanuel Nabodo, again, 1 minute, 0.13. Those are very, very tight. Look at that, those drivers for 4th, 5th, and 6th, and even Adrian Ray there.
Yeah, 7th
1
as
minute,
well.
0.140.
Yeah, covering those drivers.
Incredibly close,
less
right
than
down
half
to
a
8th.
tenth covering those drivers. I'd probably say it's probably about a quarter of a tenth, actually. I can't do the rough maths in my head. I think it is about 0.2.
Then we've got Stuart Clark, James Lee, James Wiltshire, Tom Clark, Ben Riches, Billy Neeson, and John Bloodworth. That is the result of the first qualifying session. And that's really important because that will be the grid for both of the heats, which is the opportunity to score points. The points will determine where they start in the semi-finals, and obviously how they race in the semi-finals determines the grid for the grand final. So, as we've been saying, it's an absolute critical point in the competition. Although we have seen drivers earlier on today qualify last in the qualification stages, but still make the final.
Yeah,
which was
there's
pretty,
been a couple of drivers
pretty
that did
stunning.
that. Matthew Borrowdale sticks out in the memory. Qualified last overall in his group, and still managed to find a way through to the main event in the middleweights. So anything is possible from there. We've already seen that people can come back from. I don't want to say poor qualifying, because being half a second off pole is not too bad. However, in karting, that does feel like about a year when you're trying to pull that sort of time back.
Indeed, absolutely. So we're just getting ready for the second of the qualification runs. And let's have a look here. So this is going to be Adam Hadfield, Japer Crossland, Matthew King, Wesley Carr, Johnny Elliott, Darren Stables, Tom Owens, Charlie James, Billy Sturdy, Luke Russell, David Harvey, Chris Burns, Oliver Castro, Gichas Papati, and Chris Eves. And get your requests in straight away for who we can focus on in this qualification session.
There's a
And
lot
if
of
we get
drivers with,
15 requests, we're going to have to pick them.
There's a lot of drivers declaring their love for Tom Owens on stream, so I think they may be one to take an early watch of. But there's some good quality in that field. Just picking on a couple of names straight away. You've got the likes of Adam Hadfield. He's been there or thereabouts in the heavyweight category previously. Johnny Elliott's done a lot of racing. Tom Owens has come, I believe it was 6th last time out. In the heavyweight, 16th, sorry. Ooh. And then, Hadfield 3rd in heavyweights in 2020, 5th in 2021. He's definitely going to want to try and make this one his year. Then we've also got drivers from a little bit further down the field. So Darren Stables, this is his 3rd time here at the BIKC National Finals. And quite a few drivers who've had previous experience at this. So we were looking through early. We did see lots of different teams out there as well. So Jake Purnell is part of the TRX racing guys. They've had a couple of drivers in the finals, and I believe they had, off the top of my head, one of their drivers on the podium earlier in the weekend. But drivers just being weighed. That's where you can see drivers stood around waiting to go out. And as soon as they're happy with the weights, I believe we're going to get down to racing for the second of the qualification sessions. And as we say, qualifying is an extremely important part of the format this year. It really does. It really does matter through the qualification stages. And it really does set up the sort of day you're going to be having here, whether you are on the back foot and you're fighting throughout the field, as we've seen the likes of Sam Slater do from his 7th place qualifying, or if it means you are going to have a day of defending, like we've seen from drivers in various different categories throughout the course of this weekend. The drivers getting brake tested, and we are going to get going and have a bit of fun for the heavyweights.
Okay, fantastic. So they go out onto the circuit. No requests yet. A lot of people just saying come on, but nobody actually saying can we watch anybody. So if we do,
I think I've seen the name Tom Owens thrown around a few times. Tom in car 4.
Yeah, just kind of come on, Tom.
As he comes out of.
Should we go Tom first? Let's go Tom first. So we're
Tom Adam Hadfield making their way out.
Can we follow car 4, please?
Out of the way, and there
Revolution
is Tom
Audio.
He's he's in a different helmet this time. I'm used to seeing him in his black and yellow
disguise,
Zamp helmet. Yes, he's in disguise. Despite the fact he's got his name written on his back. But he's firing through the hairpin. He's got Charlie James just in front of him. Tom wasting no time in getting past them. And he's going to want to try and get a little bit of clear track and see if he can maybe get a banker lap in early. Just behind him is Johnny Elliott, and a massive lean there from Johnny as part of his driving style seems to help him get through this course rather quickly as they drop down under the Monster Energy Bridge for the first time. Let's see what Tom Owens can do from an outlap. So an outlap out the pit lane on cold tyres is quite a tough one. Oh, they've got the yellows and doing the lights test before they get rocking and rolling. So we'll see the lights drop to red, all the drivers will come to a complete stop, and then we will go to green, and the drivers will start their first timed laps here.
We're going to hold it on Tom Owens because all we're doing is watching him do a brake test at the press boat in time. It's not all that fair to him, I think. But then we will go to another driver, which I will announce in about, give him a lap, let's say. Let's at least let him have a number 4 there, put a good lap in, hopefully for us. Tom Owens.
Yeah, so through Mech Bay Corner, he's going to come through the tunnel section now. Again, the cart's very stable through this section of the circuit. Gets the nose of the car into the apex, and now taking a very nice line up the ramp. Missed the first apex, hit the second one up the second ramp there. Thread the cart past Michael Schumacher, who watches on all of our races here, and then heads through the bottom section of the course. Good line through that hairpin. Now the fastest part of the circuit. Under the Monster Energy bridge, threads the kart between the barriers, gets the nose turned in. You effectively want to be turning between the 6 and the 8 grid markers that are on the floor there from the old grid, and then brake on the timing line, get the kart turned in, throw it towards the apex, and now you're just one corner from home. So
Let's see what this lap is of Tom. We've watched him all the way through here.
Looks a very relatively clean lap. Let's see what he can put on the board. So it's a 60.9
Goes
to
fastest.
open up. 60.9, immediately bested by Johnny Elliott in kart number 3 by
Right,
just
let's go
over a
kart
second.
5. Chris Burns, kart 5, please.
Yeah, so Chris Burns 101.1. I believe he's not too far behind Tom. So he should be just heading through, I believe, down by Mabley corner off the top of my head. Adam Hadfield goes P6. Chris Eves into 7th, immediately bested by Bill Sturdy, who moves up onto P5, as Wesley Carr moves up onto front row, still 7 to 8 tenths behind the benchmark that's been set by Johnny Elliott. And Chris Burns, driver number 5, down the ramp he goes. Let's see what he's able to do. His fastest at the moment to 101.1, and he is quite a way off pole position at the moment. Let's see what he's got in the tank. Let's see if he can try and move up the order. So, as he comes through the final hairpin, for the bit of the lap we've seen, it looked relatively tidy. Tom Owens now moves up to P2. Let's see if Chris Burns can move up, and he does into P3. So that's a 60.5 that he moves up onto there. Still quite a bit of time to find.
Okay, great. Johnny Elliott has just gone fastest. Let's pick up with him. So, kart number 3, please. Let's go kart 3.
Yeah, 59.810. I think that's getting towards the fastest pace we've seen from the heavyweight so far. But Elliott going through the top section of the circuit, knows this circuit very, very well, does the Trafford driver, and now heads through the double left-hander. He's going to fly down the ramp, and let's see what he's able to do. Driver number 3 comes through the left, through the right, threads the kart through the barrier, gets on the brakes, gets the nose of the kart glued to the apex, heads towards the outside of the track, and then gets the kart turned in for the second one, and then the final hairpin, and he's one corner left from home. He's gone faster and faster and faster over the course of this qualifying session. Can he go faster again? Yes, he does. He finds another half a tenth and moves down to 59.750, moves himself half a second clear of Tom Owens, as David Harvey in 13 moves into P number 3, and he's still about 8 tenths shy of what Johnny Elliott's managed. In terms of this, to be half a second clear at the front, that is absolutely fantastic. And Johnny's done a lot of racing around this track. He knows his track quite well, and even a 59.7, that is a relatively slow time for Johnny. He's got a little bit more in the tank, I seem to think.
Indeed. Right, we're going to change again. We're going to request for Chris Eves in kart 18. 18, okay, so we can do
Eves
this.
Down
Those requests coming in.
We will
pick up. There it is. How quick that was. That's the fastest yet, I think, guys. That's a cracker.
You see,
so
they're getting there. They're doing quite well.
Getting used to it now.
And it's almost
the last event.
Yeah, last qualifying session of the night, and I think they're going to be dead happy to get our requests out of their ear and just to follow the racing. But 18, Chris Eves is going to thread his way through the top end of the circuit, gets the nose of the kart turned in. 1 minute 1.886 is the fastest time that he's managed so far, as we are getting into 10 minutes to go on this qualifying session. Drivers now in their 4th and 5th lap. Adam Hadfield goes 7th, Chris Eves comes over the line, and that is an improvement to 13th, so he just moves up at the expense of Matt King, and Jitesh in 21 moves up to 11th at the expense of Luke Russell. Still though, no one is able to get anywhere near to the benchmark that's been set by Johnny Elliott at the front of the field. And we've got people wanting to take a look at Wesley Carr. So that's Wesley Carr in kart 20. He's there in position number 5, so 9 tenths of the provisional pole time. So going through the top section of the circuit, and look to see if we can spot kart number 20. There we go, he's up on screen with a bit of traffic in front of him, going down the back end of the straight. I think that is Castro just in front of him. Charlie James moves up into P9, still about a second off pole. Let's see if Wesley Carr can move up. They're running in P5 at the moment. now through the top end of the circuit. One corner left from home. Let's see what Wesley's able to pull from this Biz Evo 3. G-Tash moves up into P6. Wesley's down into 6. Then Castro in front has moved into third place, a 60.370 for Castro. Wesley Carr not able to improve. His last lap time over the line was a 60.697 as opposed to his 6.52 that he's already done.
Okay, great stuff. So there is, at the moment, Johnny Elliott is way ahead of everybody else, half a second quicker at the front. However, it is interesting to note that he's the only driver that has dipped in from 59s. So about 59.7, that is, I think that's the fastest time so far. But David Harvey there, 0.3 now behind Tom Owens is 0.5. Oliver is 0.6, Charlie James 0.6, Chris Burns 0.7, Wesley Carr 0.9. There you go, it's just changed. Adam Hadfield there, but into P7. A little bit there, so it still is changing, and we've still got about 5 laps to go. And this is the point, this is the time where the tyres will really start to heat up, engage, and this is where the big lap times that could mean that drivers start in pole position for heats to come, can be made. But at the moment it is Johnny Elliott who is out there with the fastest time. Anybody want to change camera? I'm just having a quick look and see if there's anybody out there who wants to swap what we're doing at the moment. Nothing at the moment, so if you do want to see a driver, let us know.
Yeah, looks like Matt there wants to take a look at Bill Sturdy. That is kart number 16. So, driver number 16, please. As we ask for driver 16, let's see if we shall receive, as Bill is now about a second off the ultimate pole time. And his PB at the moment. There we go, as Bill Sturdy comes up on our screen. He's on a 60.715, and he's right in a bit of a battle there between driver number 20, Wesley Carr, who we're looking at there. So 16, Wesley Carr, 16 there is Bill Sturdy. He's on a, what sort of time is he pulling? A 60.715. Still, no one able to get anywhere near that time that Johnny Elliott's made. Johnny Elliott has put out.
And he is consistently lapping.
Yeah, he's there or thereabouts. He's within a tenth or so of that lap time. Just shows that lap was not a fluke. As Castro there goes on to P4 on a 60.180. As we get into the final 5 minutes of this, we are definitely starting to see the lap time start to tumble.
Okay, let's go. Kart 9, Charlie James. Kart 9, please.
And there we go, Charlie James on our screen, 0.6 off the pole time at the moment, a 60.377. It's extremely close there between 5th and 8th. So that's Wesley Carr, Adam Hadfield, Charlie James and Chris Burns. They're all separated by just over 3/4 of a tenth of a second. That being said, Wesley Carr now goes on to a 60.239. Take Johnny Elliott out of the equation here, you're going to have most of the field within about 8 or 9 tenths. But absolutely flying out at the moment. And heading down the back straight goes Charlie James. Let's see what this lap is like. He gets the car turned in quite nicely there. And now gets towards the outside of the track, goes over that bump, gets the nose of the car in. Maybe could have used a little bit more of the road on the way out. But we'll see what this time that Charlie James has. He comes over the line. Is it enough to improve? It is. So an improvement, 4 tenths now off the pole position time. And Charlie James up into P5.
Okay, let's go. Kart 21. G-Test, please. Kart 21.
Yeah, G-Test, the driver who's done a lot of laps around here. Driver from TeamSport Leeds. And I know that there's quite a lot of people who are going to be cheering the Leeds crew on. As G-Test now, we look to see if we can spot him. There we go, the Dayglow yellow helmet of G-Test as they go through the top section of the track. He's in a little bit of a pack of traffic there, as I think that is just in front of him. That is, I think, Bill Sturdy there. So he's just come up onto the top section of the circuit. Driver number 21 heads through the top end, and G-Test is the sort of person who likes longer races. So maybe sprint isn't his sort of thing.
I would say, Tom, that there's not much strategy going on out there.
No, everyone's going out and just seeing how fast they can go. But I remember.
It's like a race. It's like watching a race.
Yeah, I remember chatting though to G-Test. He once did He did a couple of open sessions, then did Leeds' Monday Night Club, and then did a couple of races after that. That's about 2.5 hours worth of racing. So maybe the longer races are the sort of thing that he really enjoys. And I don't know if these sprints are going to be
Johnny Elliott's just gone quickest again, 59.663. So he's
another
getting
driver in
quicker
the
and
59s,
quicker.
David Harvey.
That is easily the best lap time.
Yeah, that is
so
quite
far
easily
tonight.
the best time we've seen out of there as it sits. But through the top end of the track they go. And we look to see if we can find kart number 3.
Right, let's go David Harvey. Kart 13, please. Kart 13. Because David Harvey's just put in a crack of a lap to go second. So
yes,
let's
I think he's
hook
gone
up.
up onto the top section of the track. I expect to see him. There we go. He's coming down the back end of the circuit. Driver number 13. Let's see if this lap time's an improvement. He did 102.8 last time round, 60.250. So he's within a couple of tenths of what he's done already. But now he's going through the top end of the circuit. Matt Clough pointing out that GTEsh is one of the drivers who signed up for the 10-hour race with Kart for Life that we're doing here at the back end of this month. That race itself is going to be absolutely fantastic. But 10 hours on this circuit, that's going to be enough for quite a lot of people. And as we talk about him, GTEsh goes up into P5. And I seem to remember David Harvey was here last year off the top of my head. I remember seeing him about.
Can we show Kart 5? We definitely can. All the way from Glasgow. Chris Burns, Kart 5, please.
Yeah,
we've already done Kart 5 once, but coming all the way from Glasgow.
From
Come on.
TeamSport
Why not?
Clydebank. And he's had a very good run through the regionals. He won his qualifying, won his locals, and then finished second in the regionals. Twice he's been at the national finals of the British Indoor Karting Championship, here for his 3rd time and hoping to get a good run. Let's see if he's able to go any quicker on that lap. Chris Burns had a bit of a cool-off lap, so maybe just starting his final flyer here as the time is starting to tick away.
We're on last chance saloon, I think, here, Tom. This is surely last lap.
Yeah, so these drivers now are going to have to try and make these last couple of corners count up onto the top section of the circuit. GTEsh now moves up into P4 at the expense of Castro there. And now we're looking at driver number 5, Chris Burns, moving through the top section of the circuit. It looks like a very tidy lap for Chris at the moment. Down the ramp he goes. He's got David Harvey just in front of him. Goes through the fast left, right by the pit lane. And then heads into the final couple of hairpins. Let's check if flag is flying here at TeamSport Warrington. Elliott goes over the line. He's not able to improve. Tom Owens doesn't improve either on that previous lap. We'll look and see if David Harvey could maybe go quicker. He does go quicker, but it's not enough to take pole position away from Johnny Elliott. And Chris Burns not quite able to improve on that one. Hadfield over the line. He's not able to improve. Man, that is consistent though, lapping within 100th of his personal best time around here. Over the line, I believe that was GTEsh just gone over. 1 minute point 170 is his best. Castro goes over the line, doesn't improve. Improvement for Drake and Crossland though. He's now 9/10 off. I was going to say in P12, but Darren Stables has just knocked him out of that position by going P11 himself. So, pole position for the driver just coming into the pit lane now. Kart number 3, Johnny Elliott, a 59.649. That is a flying lap here at TeamSport Warrington. David Harvey as well, a 59.782. That is a very impressive lap time around here for a heavyweight. Then Tom Owens
totally
on row number 2.
Johnny Elliott really stamping his name on the event here, I think, with that lap time. 59.6. I mean, that's as quick as what the middleweights were going at the end of the previous run, because we were in the 58s, but the track definitely got slower as the day went on. We were majority of people in, well, majority, half the people in the 58s, and suddenly near the end of the event last time we're definitely in the 59s. That is probably optimum pace where we are at the moment, and Johnny and David found their way, and it was much closer in the end. David Harvey at the end did put in an absolute cracker to end up only 0.13 seconds, and these drivers are going to battle it out. Let's see what racecraft that Johnny and David have got when we come to heat number 2, when we will see them race, and this will be the grid that they will run to. So Johnny Elliott, David Harvey, Tom Owens in 3rd, GTEsh in 4th, Alovo in 5th, Charlie James in 6th, Wesley in 7th, Adam Hadfield in 8th, Chris Burns 9th, 10th was Billy Sturdy, 11th Darren Stables, 12th, Chris Eves. 13th, Jacob Crossland. 14th, Luke Russell. And 15th, Matthew King. And that is the end of the practice qualies. That is the practice qualies done, Tom, for BIKC 2022.
Now we get down to the fun part. Now we can just go racing. It's nice and simple when you just go racing, isn't it? It's just go out there, drive faster than the other guys around you, and hopefully all come off track and
do some
go
good
running.
overtakes along the way.
Yes, maybe try and overtake a couple of people. Obviously, I'm not one for overtaking normally myself. I'm normally on the receiving end of the overtakes when I'm out on circuit, unless they let me loose in that Biz EcoVolt GT. So if people are trying to pick their kart numbers to see which is the quickest one, there is only one answer, and that is the blue and orange one. That is the correct answer to that question, no matter what way you cut it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about why we are racing here today, because what is the prize? Well, we are sponsored by Club 100, which is outdoor racing. It's a fabulous series, and the first prize is full entry into the 2023 Sprint Championship. That is not one race, not a test, not a try it and see if you like it, a complete season of racing in 2023. Second place is 3 rounds in the Club 100, and if you finish third, you still get to race for 1 round in the Club 100 Championship. That is worth racing for.
Yeah,
it has to be said. That is worth coming all the way to TeamSport Warrington. I know we're running a little bit late, but hey ho.
I will say, if any of the races we've seen so far are to go by, these races are definitely going to be worth the wait. And honestly, Club 100 is possibly one of the best rental car. I would say rental karting series. I think that's a little bit rude to say Club 100 is rental karting. It's arrive and drive, definitely, but it is one of the fastest championship out there. And honestly, they normally put together quite a good calendar and get some quality circuits on their grid. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what these drivers can do. Now, off the top of my head, I remember seeing results from the last round. I do remember seeing one-man Adrian Ray holding a trophy after Club 100 the last time he was out there. So, yeah, I think
our drivers do tend to do quite well.
Yeah, I was looking at it before at the Sprint Championship. Dante Dillon was 3rd overall in their championship. I'm just looking up sort of circuits that these drivers can expect to go to. If they do end up winning the prize, because honestly, they normally do put together a fantastic
While you're looking for that,
championship.
Tom, I just want a big shout out to the drivers who've come down from Scotland. So we've got Bill Neeson from Cambers-Lang, Chris Burns from Clydebank, and Matthew King all the way from Dundee racing here tonight.
Yes,
so welcome to all of you. And let's, while Tom finds out, let's talk you through the start procedures. So it's going to be a rolling start. And it's what will happen is the drivers will go out onto the grid, but then there will be a lot of manoeuvring while we just put everybody into the correct grid position. Then that beautiful blue kart, which is an official TeamSport kart that has come up from TeamSport Eastleigh, and that is the future of karting, ladies and gentlemen. That is packed with all kinds of technology in it. It looks $1 million and it goes like $1 million. And it also has a push-to-pass button on it, which we talked about quite a bit over the past 2 days.
So much fun.
That gives you 5 seconds of extra power every 30 seconds. So in majority of tracks, you can use it once a lap, but in a circuit like this, you could use it twice. And it really, I've driven them down in Brighton, and when you do push that button, you get a right old increase in speed.
You had a go in it. You had a go in it last night, Russ. What happened when you?
I did actually drive it last night. I blanked that out, Tom. If I'll be honest, I've erased that from my memory.
Oh, we didn't erase the spin. Trust me.
I had a great run in the corner that you can see on your screen, but then around to the next corner, which is a left-hander, it kind of went backwards.
Yeah. Oh,
at a very fast rate.
Normally what happens when you get one of us in a go-kart. To be fair, we had a bit of a go in it this morning, and coming out of the fast left-right chicane, that was the point. I was like, okay, let's see what this boost is like. Push the button down, and it just felt like the thing found another gear. You could feel it just starting to top out, and then all of a sudden it just unlocked another level of performance. So I've said it a couple of times. If that is the future of indoor karting, you know what? Sign me up. Because like you say, if you can use it once every, I think it's 30, 40 seconds. So on some circuits, that would be once a lap. Around here, that means you'd normally get 2 uses of your push to pass,
And it
depending on
becomes
how
decision
fast you are.
where'd you use it? End of the main straight, up ramp? There's so many places.
Yeah, there's so many different strategies that you could do it. The most fun, obviously, is going to be coming down the ramp, so you can have the most speed going down and into the next set of corners. But maybe if you're trying to make an overtake going up the ramp, trying to give you a little bit of power going up there, effectively gets treated a bit like DRS. The moment you lift your foot off the power, the boost button, the boost cuts. So I'd probably say out of here, a good place to use it is going to be probably out the final corner. So coming out of that third hairpin, going under the Dunlops and towards Century Sim corner, that'll probably be a good place. And then obviously down the ramp to end the lap off on the section that we can see here. But you can just see now John Paragon is coming out onto the grid and heading towards pole position, lining up alongside Barney Williams. And it looks like we're going to get some
so that
easy
grid
shots
we can
there
see
from,
is effectively
Joel.
the result of first quali. So John Paragon takes it up in pole position, Barney Williams second, then Stuart Andrew, then Louis, then Jake, then Emmanuel Nabodo, then Adrian Ray, last year's champion, then Jason Kirkham, 8th on the grid, Stuart Clark 9th, James Lee 10th, James Wiltshire, Tom Clark 12th, Ben Riches, Billy Neeson and John Bloodworth. And we are finally about to go racing, and it's going to be 2 abreast as they go around the circuit, and we're going to get some really sexy camera angles here, I think. Are we? He's got a camera, we're just not showing it. We will
Someone
have
told him to turn it
later on in the event.
He's quite literally not turned it on.
He forgot to turn the camera
terrorise
on.
him for that later on. But going through the top section of the circuit, it's John Paragon, Barney Williams, Stuart Andrew, Lewis Smithen, Jake Purnell, Emmanuel Nabodo, Adrian Ray, last year's champion, going off P7, Jason Kirkham, Stuart Clark, James Lee, James Wiltshire, Tom Clark, Ben Riches, Billy Neeson and John Bloodworth for the first time. These drivers have been waiting literally hours to be able to get on the grid here and go racing. And we are now getting ready to go. The pace car goes away. Now we look to the lights. There you go, green. We're racing for heavyweights in 2022. And immediately Paragon has a very good start, but here comes Stuart Andrew by the looks of it, the number 3, trying to make the move down the inside. I think Barney Williams is just about hung on, saying that Jake Purnell's trying to get involved in this one as well, as Williams is to the inside, Stuart's to the outside, and it is Williams that holds on, but Jake Purnell has managed to get through, and he's up into 3rd place. So it's Paragon that leads. I think that's Barney Williams 2nd, and Jake Purnell, by the looks of it, up into P3. Or is that Louis Smith in there in the 13? I've misidentified the carts as they come through the top section of the track. But it is clear that John Paragon is starting to run away here. Look at the gap he's got already, and that's just after 1 lap. Barney Williams is going to have to try and pull something quite special here to get through the pack. As Jake Purnell's actually dropped behind, I think that's Emmanuel Nabodo off the start. Instead of moving forward, he's moving backwards. As they come over the line for the first
car
time.
number 13, Louis Smithen, goes up a place into P3. It's going to be 16, John Paragon, with an enormous lead after lap 1, 1.4 seconds. After lap 1 is absolutely stunning racing. Barney Williams there second. Oh, they're side by side, 12 and 13. Who's going to come out top? It's going to be Barney. It is. Barney holds off the driver of car 13, Louis Smithen, as it registers John Paragon's fastest lap. It would be because he's leading the race after lap 1. Stuart Andrew in 4th. Emmanuel Nabodo is in 5th. Jake Purnell is in 6th, and Jason Kirkham is in 7th at the moment. Last year's champion is struggling a bit in 8th. That is Adrian Ray. Early days, but look at John Paragon. He has checked out.
He's bought his ticket to the final, and he's just run away with it straight away. But it's still Barney Williams and Louis Smithen that are fighting there over 2nd place. Stuart Andrew, Emmanuel Nabodo, Jake Purnell, your top 6. As it looks like Smithen trying to take a bit of an alternative line to
Barney
Williams.
Made a bit of a mistake there going into that
right on the rear bumper. Let's see what the gap is this time. It's 1.6, now 3.2. He's quite literally doubled the gap this time around as Adrian Ray moves back into 7th place. Jason Kirkham is up into P5 at the expense of Emmanuel Nabodo. But this is the fight over second place we're watching. We've seen quite a lot of the time. The driver in second, defending for his life.
Here we go, Beal switcheroo, cut 3, Stuart Andrew, round the outside.
Oh,
but look, he's coming through.
After Bodo's managed to get one place there. So, looked like Stuart Andrew and Kirkham came together as there's Adrian Ray getting muscled out as well. There's a lot of bump in the margin here. That's the 3 and the 9 getting into each other. So that's Stuart Andrew and Stuart Clark, the battle of the Stuarts, as they go down into the top section of the circuit. Paragon, I think, is going to have a near 5-second lead by the time he comes over the line this time. So it's William Smithen that are second and third. The Power Ranger Jason Kirkham is up into P4, if my maths is correct, with Emmanuel Lobodo in tow here as they go over the line, getting towards the halfway point of this race. Warning flag goes out there by the looks of it to Lewis Smithen, or Jason Kirkham maybe, for the touch earlier. 59.9 is the fastest lap of the race, and that belongs to John Paragon.
Now, just a shout out to Melania, who is on the group chat. I'm really sorry, we cannot show any more karts. It was only a practice quali thing. We have to focus on the racing. We have to focus on exactly where the sharp end of the racing is. And that is, at the moment, it's not actually John Paragon, because he's so far in the lead at 4.2 seconds that we're not focused on him because there's nothing to see. He's just driving around the track. So we are focusing very much on the battles further behind.
Now the drivers go into the top section here. It looks like Paragon is running away with this one at the moment. Barney Williams in second place. Lewis Smithen trying to hold on in third as the Power Ranger. Jason Kirkham in P4 with Manuel Lobodo not far behind. Over the line they go. That looks like is that a warning board that's gone out there? Maybe need the marshal to flash that board at the camera so we can see what it is. But Paragon now is running away at the front of this one. Meanwhile, Adrian Ray is currently down in 12th place. So he's having an absolute shocker of a final at the moment, of a heat at the moment, and trying to get back on terms with the karts that are around him. But this driver is just cruising away, vice champion for last year. He really wants to stamp his authority on proceedings. So Paragon heads down under the Monster Energy Bridge. You've still got Williams and
Okay, Tom, we got a penalty.
Tail.
We've got 2 seconds on car 18, Jason Kirkham, for contact.
We saw a board go out. We thought it may have been something. That must have been a penalty board. So 2 seconds drops Kirkham behind Jake Purnell, promoting him up into 5th position. Down the top end of the circuit and over the line. Let's see what this time for Paragon is this time. 59.999 as he is still pulling away here at BIKC and TeamSport Warrington. 6 seconds his lead. He's got Barney Williams there in second place. Still Louis Smithen in third place. Manuel Lobodo up to 4th. Jake Purnell in 5th. Stuart Clark in 6th. Jason Kirkham now with that penalty down in 7th place. We pan round and we just see a flurry of karts heading under the bottom section circuit as they all file through. The 7 there of Billy Neeson. That's quite a distinctive helmet to be able to spot. There is Jason Kirkham in the 18 with Emmanuel Lobodo. He's 4th on the road at the moment, but thanks to that penalty, he's 7th in the standings as they go through the top end of the track. And let's see if Emmanuel Lobodo can get past Jason Kirkham on track. So he's 4th in the standings. See if he can do it on the road. He's got Jake Purnell just behind. Looks like Stuart Andrews in there as well as is Stuart Clark. James Lee, James Wiltshire, Ben Richards, Adrian Ray is your running order at the moment as they drop into the top section. Looks like Ray's on his own a little bit here at the moment as they now see a fastest lap once again for John Paragon as he goes over the line. Nearly 7 seconds is the lead. He is quite literally running away here at the moment and just stretching his lead throughout the course of this race. Still watching Jason Kirkham running 4th on the road with the 8 and the 19 behind him. Just behind Lewis Smithen, who's got a little bit of a gap too. Oh, there goes Lobodo. Lobodo's going to try and do him on track instead of waiting for it to be dealt with in the steward's office. So that penalty has dropped Kirkham down into 8th place, but Lobodo, if he can get past him, is going to try and have a crack at the drivers in front potentially. I reckon maybe 2 laps left in this heat. So file down the back straight.
I'll just say, Tom, Emmanuel Lobodo, another BIKC legend.
Yeah, he's always there and thereabouts as he's in these races. And now it looks like Kirkham's got a little bit of space, so maybe, as they cross the line, Kirkham will potentially be able to undo the pain of that penalty by getting a couple of seconds ahead of Emmanuel Lobodo as they go over the line to start the penultimate lap of this heat. We're watching 12 and 13 fighting over second place here. Barney Williams and Lewis Smithers as they go through the top section of the track. It's James looking further back. It's Manuel on the Bodo, Stuart Clark, Jason Kirkham now 6th with that penalty, so he's still got a little bit of time to be able to find to try and move up the order. So John Paragon, as he comes down the top section of the circuit, has a 7.5 second lead over Barney Williams. He's consistently the fastest driver out on track by quite some margin here. At 59.739 is the benchmark that he set. And you can see how big that gap is as he gets ready to start his final tour of the circuit. Williams and Smith still locked together with Kirkham on the road in 4th place, but actually in the standings it's Nabodo, Clark and then Kirkham. So maybe if Kirkham's found a little bit of time here, he can end up potentially finishing 4th place on the road, but he's going to have to get himself 2 seconds clear of Emmanuel Nabodo to do so, and I don't think he's there quite yet. He's actually losing time as Stuart Andrew is now in front of him in the standings.
Okay, here we go. We are literally in the final stages. This is the final lap here. There's kart 12 taking a very defensive line with kart 13, Louis Smithers, who's been behind Barney for absolutely forever, it feels like. And I thought he might have had a go there, actually, a better go than what he actually did, because 12 took such a defensive line. It looked clumsy as he went round that corner there. And but we are now looking at John Paragon, who is out in the lead, and he is negotiating the last couple of corners. This is the closest battle that's high up in the order, and there's the final few laps there for Barney and for Louis. But John Paragon wins the first of the heats, and that was extremely comfortable. One thing I would say, he got down to a 59.665, which is around about exactly the same time as what the fastest time was in the qualifying sessions. So it's looking pretty even between the top drivers in Group 1 qualifying and the top drivers in Group 2 qualifying. So here come all the drivers over the line to complete their laps, and that concludes the first heat. So John Paragon wins, Barney Williams 2nd, Louis Smithers 3rd, Emmanuel Nabodo is in 4th. Great drive there for Emmanuel Nabodo, because he made up some decent positions there over his starting spot. Stuart Clark in 5th, Stuart Andrew in 6th, Jason Kirkham in 7th, James Wiltshire in 8th, James Lee in 9th, Adrian Ray in 10th, Jake Pennell 11th, Tom Clark in 12th, Billy Neeson in 13th, Ben Richards 14th, and John Bloodwood bringing up the rear in 15th place, and that was the first of the heats. We've got another 3 more heats to go, and we're about to see Group 2 have the first of them.
I do love the way that John's been able to come back into the pit lane and effectively sit there, have a brew, and then all the other drivers have followed him through. Just like Ian said there, maybe it's the point that we should just stop all proceedings, hand John the trophy, we can all go home. However, we do have a little bit more racing to be able to do, but a 10-second win, he's quite literally pulled a second lap on the entire field there. And a couple of drivers getting into 59s at the end of that one, but John, for quite a while of that, was completely untouchable in terms of lap time there. So 59s for John Paragon, Barney Williams, Louis Smithers,
Stuart Andrew,
Stuart Clark, Stuart Andrew, James Wiltshire as well, 59.8. So it's not like these drivers are lacking pace. I will say, Jake Purnell dropping down to 11th at the back end of that one. We may not have seen it on camera. However, I'm sure if something has occurred on circuit where he's been assisted off his racing line and maybe had a dinner date with our man Barry R, then I'm sure the stewards will have been able to see that one. And we'll be mentioning your best mate here, VAR. Will be taking a look at. And if there is anything to be assessed, Mr. Silkston, who's currently marching through the pit lane, will be able to take a look at that one.
Can I just say, Ian, 50-50-50 on the live stream. What are you saying? After this weekend, you cannot mention the words bacon sandwich.
Yeah, I was thinking that one.
And Tom.
I was thinking that one.
The last 2 days. My God, I think I'm slavering at the mouth here over the whole thought of a bacon sandwich. But I will say, TeamSport's new menu we brought in October, man, there is some really nice stuff on there. The mac and cheese bites are very, very Moorish, I'll be honest. Indeed. So that was That was the race that was heat number 1. So looking at heat number 2 here, let's take you through the grid. So as it was in qualifying, kart 28, Johnny Elliott in pole position for the race. David Harvey, who also set a very, very good lap time. This could be a really interesting race between Johnny and David. We've got Tom Owens there in 3rd place. We've got Gitesh in 4th. We've got Oliver Castro in 5th. We've got Charlie James in 6th. We've got Wesley Carr in 7th. Adam Hadfield in 8th. Chris Burns in 9th. Billy Sturdy in 10th. Darren Stables in 11th. Chris Eves in 12th. Jacob Crossland in 13th. Luke Russell in 14th. And Matthew King is there in 15th on the grid. And as I said, that is the result of everybody's mentioning bacon sandwich now on the, it's like bacon sandwich, yeah, okay. Anyway, focus on the racing, Johnny Elliott.
Focus on the racing and not the images of bacon sandwiches going through your mind.
The fastest driver in the qualifying section of the event was Johnny Elliott. So everybody is saying that this competition is already done. It is not, because I think we have really quick drivers in both of the qualifying groups.
Yeah, the fun part, if qualifying is anything to be believed, then I think the fun part is going to be when we get the likes of Johnny Elliott, John Paragon, David Harvey, and the rest of the guys who are running relatively quick times through there on the grid together, and we're going to be treated to that throughout the semi-finals and the final later on tonight. As you can just see, the pace kart is getting ready to make its way onto the middle of the grid, where our man Joel hopefully has turned his camera on this time, and we can get some nice shots of the karts
we've
on
been seeing
the grid.
some really impressive video work from the team here, and we'll see what I mean in a minute. Wait till you see what they can do. You really get a feel for what's going on down there in the pit lane. Of course, that is if he does turn the camera on this time. Small error there.
It sounds like we're shredding him here, but I'll be honest, Revolution Audio have done a very, very good job of putting all this together. And each year we do this.
Is the lens cap still on?
And each year we do this. There's new stuff and there's new innovations that we have, and everything just starts to work a little bit nicer and a little bit better, and each year we do this, it is even more fun. The racing's even closer. We have even bigger and better sponsors, not to forget our fantastic headline prize sponsors of Club 100, who have been looking after the over 16s.
The shot, so perhaps he does have the lens cap on.
Either that or he's been beckoned over towards max cost cap and advised to turn the power switch. As drivers now start forming up on the grid. You see David Harvey. It's quite hard to miss David Harvey there in that Dayglow yellow. He's on the front row and he's going to be starting. There we go. See what we mean about some really nice shots there. That's Tom Owen heading out on track. This is Gitesh. He's going to be racing in our 10 hour in a couple of weeks' time. Maybe BIKC for him is a massive test session, ready for the big event that is the 10-hour endurance race for Kart for Life. I'm really looking forward to that.
A few waves there. Kart number 7.
A few drivers with their race face on. A few drivers happy to play up towards the camera as it moves down the
Thumbs
pit
up
lane.
from Kart
There's
28
our pole
there.
man.
That is Johnny Elliott. He will be in pole position. Once he makes it onto the grid, he will be positioned
that little
at the
jolt
front.
there from the camera almost made it look like we need a postcard from that trip. Yeah. As you can just see Joel making his way out onto the grid.
And he did not have the lens cap on. That has been identified.
No, he didn't.
There was just a little bit of very clever editing done by our audio-visual team.
Yeah, so the guys in the gallery laughing their backsides off at the fact that we're taking the mick out of their boss, but oh well. He's been allowed to do with his own company broadcasting it, so it's more for them for allowing us to come back and do the commentary. I still don't know how we're allowed to do this. How are we allowed to back here every single year? People seem to enjoy it as we look at Adam Hadfield, who's going to be starting off P8. Adam, a driver who the last couple of times he's been in the BIKC finals hasn't finished outside the top 5 in a final. If he wants to keep that record going, he's going to have a lot of work to do. As we see now, the artsy shots are starting to come out now as we get towards the back end of proceedings. And there's Dave Harvey.
This is where Joel goes for the Nobel Peace Prize for photography.
No, he's just trying to win an Oscar. There is Dave McGregor trying to win an Oscar for acting as Burt Mylander.
Okay,
man.
that's
Fueled
Dave
by
McGregor,
fun
isn't
here
it?
at TeamSport.
He's still going.
Fueled by fun here at TeamSport. We're all out to have a laugh and bring you some fantastic racing in the process. So just to quickly remind you of the grid, as the last drivers are now in position. On the front rows, Johnny Elliott and David Harvey. Tom Owens and G-Test Prajapati is on the second row. Olivio Castro in P5. Charlie James in P6. Wesley Carr and Adam Hadfield on row number 4.
We got some close-ups of the electric car, Tom. That's worth just stopping for a second. Look, are we going to get the boost? There it is, the boost button.
The mythical
Infamous
boost button.
Already.
The mythical boost button. If you push that, apparently it will get you a BIKC title every single time.
Wow.
And now he's pushed that, he's probably going to end up going backwards. But running back through the grid, Billy Sturdy, Darren Stables is row number 5. Chris Eves and Jacob Crossland. Luke Russell, Matthew King are the last of the runners. I believe we are going to get the signal to go rocking and rolling this time. Joel is very, very brave standing there in the middle of a pack of carts that are about to go start a motor race. It's the last place I want to be. As the carts go off on their, I would say, formation lap, but it's a formation half lap.
David Harvey a bit slow off the line there. Johnny Elliott literally was miles ahead, but now he's pulled up alongside, which is exactly what we want to see.
I believe the technical term is Johnny Elliott's got 3 speeds, here, there and gone. And I believe in this heat he's about to activate mode 3 and run away from the front
David
of
Harvey
the pack.
did get close to him on the old fastest laps. If he gets a good start, gets in front, could make it really, really difficult.
Yes, as they come through the top section of the circuit, we've got some very, very fast heavyweights here about to do battle for their first heat here. As a reminder, 2 heats for each of the drivers. This is the first time these guys have gone racing for the BIKC finals in 2022. The pace car drops the throttle. We wait to watch the lights. The lights go green. Elliott already has a massive lead on David Harvey. He's gone straight into the lead. Tom Owens there in second place, the 2x2. A little bit further back.
3 abreast. Will they make it all through?
Yeah, looked like Adam Hadfield and maybe Chris Burns were going side by side through that section of the circuit, but it's Johnny Elliott out in front as they go up onto the flyover for the first time. David Elliott there in second, Tom Owens in third, G-Test sat in P4 with Castro in P5 as they all file past the Schumacher wall. Looks like the top 4 are starting to maybe get a little bit of a breather as I think that's Hadfield up into maybe 7th place behind. I think that's Charlie James in P6. Just trying to double check the number. Maybe Castro actually that's there in P number 5 because Adam Hadfield's up 2 places already, but are ready to come through and over the line for the first time. It's Johnny Elliott who doesn't quite have the lead that we may have thought he would. He looks over his shoulder and he can see the day-glow yellow of David Harvey right there as they go over the line. Tom Owens is in 3rd place. Hadfield is up to 6th place with Wesley Carr, Bill Sturdy, Charlie James and Chris Burns both falling down the order. Darren Stables holds station in 11th place. Chris Eves, Luke Russell, Jacob Crossland, Matty King are your top 15 runners and riders here. As over the line, Tom Owens takes the fastest lap on the opening lap. It's very rare that you see drivers outside of the top, outside 1 or 2 taking the fastest laps. That's quite impressive for Tom Owens straight away. As I think I just spotted some yellow lights there. As something has occurred out on circuit. I'm going to try and find the location of where it is. That looked like, I think I may just pan across and seen, was Darren Stables. So Darren Stables involved there. I think that's also, is that Charlie James involved as well, maybe, the 8? Let's try and pick up the cart number as it comes through. So Darren Stables, it's either Charlie James or Chris Eves. I think it was Chris Eves, I think, off the top of my head. But as soon as we're clear, light screen, and we're racing once again. Just a small interruption here for the first heat for these heavyweights as the chase begins once again. Over the line again, it's Elliott, Harvey, Owens, your top 3. And the top guys definitely starting to build a bit of a gap.
And
at
Johnny
the moment.
Elliott is not disappearing into the distance.
David Harvey
is very much there behind him. And if anything, I think David Harvey looks the quicker of the 2 at the moment, is already piling pressure on the driver of Kart 28, Johnny Elliott. And we might even see a little bit of defensive driving coming up in the next few laps if Johnny Elliott is going to stay in the lead of this race. David Harvey second, Tom Owens third, and they were pulling away, but now Tom Owens has joined that battle for the lead. We've got Cot 20, Jitesh is in fourth, we've got Oliver in fifth, we've got Adam Hadfield in sixth, Wesley Carr seventh, Chris Burns in eighth, Charlie James ninth, Chris Eves in 10th, Luke Russell 11th, Jacob Crossland in 12th, Matthew King 13th, Darren Stables 14th, and Billy Sturdy at the back. And at the moment, and yes, I can see David Harvey trying to make a bit of room, trying to get an overspeed here, but very tight to get through there. We have seen some overtaking this weekend at that corner, but we've also seen a few crashes, if I'll be absolutely honest. It takes a little bit of cooperation from the driver that you're trying to overtake in order to make it stick. But at the moment, it is still Johnny Elliott leading this one.
Yeah, so sometimes it does take a little bit of trust in the drivers that you're racing to be able to make some really good overtakes around this circuit. But it looks like the top 7 now, down to Wesley Carr, are all starting to break away from the rest of the field. Chris Burns in 8th place, 59.909. That is the fastest lap of the race and the only driver in the 59-second bracket. We're watching the fight for the leads. It looks like Elliott may just have a little bit of breathing room as Tom Owens has got right onto the back of David Harvey. They seem to have dropped Jitesh. He's fallen into the clutches of, I think that's Adam Hadfield, who's now up into P5. So Hadfield is flying through here as they now go into the top end of the circuit. And it is still Elliott that leads Harvey and Owens. That's how close they are over the line. And it is still Jitesh in. Oh no, Adam Hadfield. Is that Adam Hadfield who's moved past Jitesh? Not quite yet. He's in P5. But he's got past Castro already. So Hadfield on a charge here as they head up to the mezzanine for the fifth time of asking. Johnny Elliott, David Harvey, Tom Owens as 5 has gone for a bit of a spin. That's Matthew King facing the wrong direction. He gets himself going again, and we manage to stay under green flag racing. But that's going to drop him way, way down the order, and you may end up in a good little fight between him, Stables, and Sturdy at the back end of the field. As Johnny Elliott's just starting to control the pace and starting to maybe try and put a little bit of daylight between himself and David Harvey.
We got a time penalty. We have a time penalty. Let's have a run down for Sturdy. Yeah, 2-second Billy Sturdy. He's running in 15th.
Yeah, that's probably going to be for his...
a 2-second penalty.
It's probably going to be for his part in the incident up on the top section of the circuit. As over the line Johnny Elliott goes, gap is now 0.3 of a second. It's opened up a tiny bit at the moment. Tom Owens still in third. Jitesh has fallen off the back a little bit, but Hadfield now is charging to try and get on terms with the top 4. He's got 1.3 seconds to try and catch up to Jitesh there in 4th place. Sheffield versus Leeds. That could be quite an interesting northern battle as they head onto the top section of the circuit once again. Johnny Elliott still just at the moment having an answer to everything that David Harvey is throwing at him as they go onto the bottom section of the circuit. Now get ready to fire down the ramp and head through the top end of the circuit. So that is Trafford, Harlow and Liverpool, your top 3. Jitesh from Leeds in 3rd with Sheffield in P5 with Adam Hadfield. And Harvey now is starting to look racy once again. He maybe took a couple of laps off just to try and give himself maybe a little bit of a breather, give the cars a little bit of a breather. And now he's back in maximum attack. Look over the shoulder. Elliott knows he's there. Over the line once again. Couple of laps left in this one. You can see Elliott's going defensive. Owens, though, is just running his line behind and open to pick up the pieces if the guys in front of him do come to a bit of grief. Jitesh is still in this one as well, so don't count him out too far. But these guys are still starting to pull away from Adam Hadfield in 5th position. Castro in 6th. Carl Burns, James Eves are your top 10 runners, with drivers falling down the order.
And you just think there's something could easily happen here, Tom. They are so close and have been for all the way through the event that it could easily go wrong here. Let's have a look. We've still got another lap at least to go at the end of this one. Probably, I would say, one more lap. And defensive driving here kicking in from Johnny Elliott, no doubt about that. Nowhere near the racing line on the outside part of the course there. And he's struggling to get around that particular corner, isn't he? And I'm back onto the back straight around the Dunlop curves. Underneath the mezzanine we go, and this most probably will be the final lap. We'll see, but Johnny Elliott leading by 0.2 seconds, and David Harvey and Tom Owens and Jitesh have battled all the way through this heat. It's been nobody's got quite fast enough really to make any kind of move. Just thinking, will any of them think about doing a bit of a do or die maneuver and see if they can break the deadlock right at the end. But the other thing is, you've got to remember, it's all about risk and reward. If you do make a bit of a do-or-die manoeuvre and it doesn't go well, then you lose all the points. And first, second, third and fourth will all get very decent points. I will set them all up for a great BIKC 2022 heavyweight session. Again, very, very defensive. They're very wide. They're very, very wide.
The outside.
Car 28, Johnny Elliott again, and it's alongside.
Outside
they are
again for
literally
Harvey.
alongside. Let's see if we get. We might go for one more lap. Let's see. If we do, it's going to be a very exciting. Here we are. It's another lap of this.
Look how quickly Hadfield's gone to the back of this one. That gap was about 2 or 3 seconds. It's now down to 1.6. We're about to have 5 karts on the final lap here to decide who's going to take the win in this heat. Elliott, Harvey, Owens are that close. G-Tesh a little bit further behind, and Adam Hadfield is a further half second behind G-Tesh himself up onto the top section of the circuit. Elliott has just controlled this race and not really given Harvey the opportunity to get through. Harvey's been able to go side by side, but Elliott's been forcing him around the outside, and effectively, unless you are pulling an absolute worldie of a move, to overtake around the outside is extremely difficult. Down the back stretch of the circuit, through the left-right chicane, now heading towards the top section of the circuit. Defensive again for Elliott. Harvey's going to get into the back of him a little bit. Is this going to give Owens an opportunity to get through? Not quite close enough. Elliott looks like he's done enough, as Hadfield now is right on the back of this one. I wish we had another 5 minutes this one. It could be a completely different result, but checker flag flies for Johnny Elliott. 2/10 is the difference between himself and David Harvey. Tom Owens comes home in third. G-Tesh in fourth. Adam Hadfield completes your top 5. 1.16 separate the top 3. Fist bump between them. Love to see the sportsmanship.
That is total respect between two drivers who have just absolutely slugged it out for 9 laps of the enormous TeamSport Warrington track. So Johnny Elliott wins and will receive maximum points for all his efforts. David Harvey pushed him all the way, and we will see this battle resume once again in the next time that they meet in their heat number 2 and our heat number 4. Tom Owens, another great drive. He was right in that mix there. In third place, G-Tesh, again, not quite with the top 3, but not far away at all. And you can see with defensive driving, because the fastest lap has come from Adam Hadfield in 5th place, driving car 18 on a 50. In fact, what was the fastest lap came Chris Burns in 8th, 59.909. Between that sandwich of Lever Castro in 6th, Wesley Carr in 7th, then Charlie James in 9th, Luke Russell in 10th, Jacob Crossland in 11th, Chris Eves in 12th, Matthew King in 13th, Darren Stables in 14th, and Billy Sturdy picking up that penalty, coming home just 2.5 seconds behind the drive in 14th place at the back. But fifth fastest lap in that race, 59.909. And that was a cracking race. But now it's all going to change a little bit, because that's the end of the first set of heats. Every time anybody climbs into a kart now, they've already completed one race. And this is where we've seen things spice up a little bit, because there will be drivers climbing into karts that didn't have a good first race. And they know if they are going to make it to the grand final, if they're going to have any chance of winning this, then they're going to have to take a few risks. And that means for us, great racing and lots to talk about, Tom.
Yeah, it makes our jobs really easy when you've got some good races to watch. And he said that Hadfield was really closing in the last, in the closing stage of that race. He set his fastest lap there on the final lap of the race. As we now see drivers in karts, I wonder who's in that one there. I'm not entirely sure. We'll know which driver's in that one. Oh, it's Jay Purnell. It says it on the side. It's quite big letter in there. So quite hard to miss the Aston Martin logo on the front. And clearly a bit of an Aston Martin fan there. That is Billy Neeson in kart number 5. And then the Power Ranger in front. That is Jason Kirkham in the 16. And he's going to be looking to try and move forward from 8th on the grid. Emmanuel Nabodo in the 7 is going to go off P6. A very experienced driver is Emmanuel, and hopefully going to be moving forward. Tom Clark in the 21. Just showing off for the camera a little bit and just getting comfortable, getting himself ready to race as we take a look at the 8 of Stuart Clark at the front of lane number 3 is the drivers getting ready to go here. That is Stuart Andrews going to be going off the 2nd row of the grid. And starting this one in P3 alongside this man, Lewis Smithen in kart number 12. And then you have driver number 3, James Wiltshire from 11th place. He's going to want to try and move up a little bit further. Ben Riches as well, another driver wanting to make moves up the order. He's going to be going from P13. So, looks like the pace kart has been seconded onto the circuit. And Liam Silkston is going to release them out onto the circuit. And just make sure that we are ready to go here and go racing.
Few comments about the race suits, Tom, and we've had a lot of comments about them over the course of the weekend. At one point yesterday, it looked like a fashion show. I'll be absolutely honest. We wanted to give out a prize for the best dressed driver.
Yeah, there's been some
which,
very
we're not allowed
good
to do, are we? But hey ho, it looked that good.
Yeah, there's some very, very good designs out there. I do quite like Johnny's design that he's got out there. It's quite a distinctive one. Saying that, I am a sucker for a nice, simple design, and the one that you can see on Jake Pennell, it does the job. It's a nice white arrow with the metallic blue. I am a fan of the colour blue, and that's why I think I love this EcoVolt GT electric pace kart that's going to be leading everyone away. And drivers now just forming up on the grid, and you see a couple of them trying to keep their hands warm over the course of this one. It has got quite cold here at TeamSport Warrington. That being said, and we are quite nice in our comms box. I do have they are running the computers absolutely flat out to try and keep it warm in here, so we are a little bit spoiled today.
Indeed.
But it is the moment you step out the comms box, you need about 5 different layers to stay warm out there. So fair play to the marshals who've been out there for quite a long time now. I think we started racing at 9:30 this morning, so it's been a while they've been out there dealing with various things and trying to keep us on track as best as possible. And the guys
here we
here
go. This is Joel doing his moody close-ups here that he likes to do. Here we go. We're going in on kart 4. That's James Lee.
James Lee giving us a wave. He's looking forward to this one and going to be looking to moving forward in this race from 10th position.
Joel is
just
a bit
see
moody.
the jitters
on,
there.
the moody
he wants to get this race going. You see, he just wants to get this race going now. He's tapping his foot. He's like, come on, come on, come on, come on. Get them on the grid and let's get going. There's Stuart Clark with... yeah, I don't think we can read that one out there, boss. I mean, it is after the watershed.
What, Nobby?
There's nothing that felt...
I said worse.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You've said worse live on stream as well. We won't go back to that year
There's
one
a close-up
live
of that
stream.
race helmet you were talking about, Tom.
Yeah, Jake Pennell.
He's got his headphones in, I think.
Yeah, he must do. I wonder what he's listening to.
He's listening to us. He's listening to us. That's how he listens to me and you, Tom.
Is that what he's imagining he's doing to each of us after what we say during each of the races? Like, you weren't nice to me. There's a little bit, as he's playing out to the camera, a little bit of a heart being thrown out there. 28, Stuart Andrew just in front, getting ready to go. The 12 of Louis Smithen. There is our front row man, Barney Williams, in kart number 9. We're still waiting on pole man, John Paragon, coming up. And there's our pace kart driver. We keep switching them through to try and give them a little bit of a breather. And they are some natty gloves he's got there. There's a lot going on those.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in the helmet design as well, but yeah, it's quite a lot going on in those.
Got the race suit going on, but as that's they're the best gloves of the day, and they're in the pace kart.
That's something to be said there. But Paragon is now in position on pole position, and if you want to get yourself on a BIKC grid, you need to join the grid, and Elite membership is all you'll need to be able to enter BIKC in 2023. We'll talk about how that process will go a little bit later on, as the drivers are now heading out on their formation lap, and it is Paragon and Williams on your front row. Andrew and Smithen on row 2, Purnell and Nabodo, Ray, Kirkham, Clark, Lee, Wiltshire, Clark, Riches, Neeson and Bloodworth are your runners and riders for this second heat. It's the last time that they can alter their points. I think that's Connor saying, come on, guys, you're supposed to be on my rear bumper, not giving me a little bit of space.
Yeah,
as they now head under the back end of the circuit. The pace cars will get towards the first Dunlop Bridge. It'll drop the throttle. We wait to see the lights go green. They do so now. We're racing once again here at TeamSport Warrington. Paragon to the inside. Williams trying to hold it around the outside. Stuart Clark, though, is going to go around the inside of the first corner, outside for this next one, and it looks like he's got the move done. The 28 of Stuart Clark moves up into P2, and I think that's Emmanuel Nabodo there challenging for third as they go up onto the top section of the second loop of the circuit. Louis Smithens in fourth place, Barney Williams down into third place, and I think that's Jason Kirkham trying to come up into the top 5 as they now fly through the top end of the circuit and get ready to head down the ramp. We saw John Paragon run away in the first heat. Is he going to be able to do that again this time? No, he's got Barney Williams and Stuart Andrew behind him, making hot pursuit as they head through the top end of the circuit. Paragon already does have a bit of a gap. It's not quite as big as the one he had last time. He's coming through the second hairpin now and getting ready to start the third.
This looks like a carbon copy of the first heat. John Paragon is running away with this already. Let's see where he was 1.8 last time.
1.2 this time.
They're doing better.
The guys are keeping up with him this time, and this really is a case of come and have a go if you think you're fast enough, lads. But it's Stuart Andrew second, Barney Williams in third, Lewis Smithen in fourth, Manuel Nabodo in fifth, Jay Purnell in sixth, then Kirkham in 7th, James Lee in 8th, Stuart Clark in 9th, and Tom Clark complete your top 10 as they're up on the flyover for the second time of asking. Stuart Andrew is being hounded there by Barney Williams in second place as they go through the top end of the circuit. Louis Smithen still there in 4th, but Emmanuel Nabodo had a rocket start and moved into P5 with Jake Purnell holding station in P6, trying to fend off the Power Ranger Jason Kirkham as they drop through the top end of the circuit. And it's still Stuart Andrew just in front, and if they are starting to let Paragon get away once again. It was 1.2 seconds over the line the previous lap. Let's see what it is this time. Paragon breaks the beam, Andrew does now. It's 1.5, so he's not quite pulling away like he did last time, but Paragon is starting to run away. Williams in third place, and it's absolutely hammering Stuart Andrew. Here comes Louis Smithen into this one as well, so it's 3 for second place with Manuel Nabodo, Jake Purnell not far away to the inside.
Oh, here we go.
Barney Williams, lights are yellow, so I wonder what manner of thing has occurred there. As they now yellow lights, we try and see what has caused it, but Stuart Andrew, Barney Williams in third place. Lights back to green, so whatever it was been cleared pretty quickly.
Okay, brilliant stuff. John Paragon leading here, 1.5 seconds. Stuart Andrew, though, is taking up the challenge in second with Barney Williams, who did come home in second in the last heat. They raced in, Company Racing third with Louis in fourth. Emmanuel Nabodo, who again has made positions up over that starting position. That starting position is so important. It's crucial to trying to get through and race into the grand final. One of the most important parts of the whole competition is as soon as you leave the pit lane on the very first lap that you drive. Jake Purnell in 6th, Jason Kirkham 7th, James Lee in 8th, Stuart Clark in 9th, Tom Clark in 10th, Adrian Way in 11th, Ben Richards 12th, Billy Neeson is in 13th, John Bloodworth has moved, he was last in the first race, he's running 14th, James Wiltshire at the back at the present moment in time, and the gap looks relatively static at the moment. And did Paragon win this last year? No, he didn't.
No, vice champion
last year. He came second coming through on the live chat. More talk about bacon sandwiches. Thanks for that. Yeah, we're working on the trackside audio as well, just to pop that in, to see if we can solve
the driver that did win last year was Adrian Way. He's currently in P11. He didn't have too good of a qualifying start. He's 7th. He's now down in 11th place and has it all to do off the start here. But Stuart Andrew, Barney Williams still fighting here over second place. Louis Smith still in 4th, and they have dropped Emmanuel Nabodo, who's still running in 5th place. Gap at the front, 2.7 seconds, so not quite the same gap as last time. It looks like Ray's tucked up behind Tom and Stuart Clark, trying to break into the top 10 again. So Paragon goes up the ramp. What he really wants to see now is he wants to see the guys behind him fighting. Like he said, he looks over his shoulder and all he sees is clear track behind. So up on the top end of the circuit, Stuart Andrew, Barney Williams and Louis Smithen all running nose to tail, and it doesn't look like any of them are close enough to challenge. Look over the shoulder, Stuart Andrew just knows that Williams is there, but he's not close enough to mount a challenge just yet. But we've seen things change in the matter of a couple of corners. Paragon, though, that gap is definitely starting to go out as the Bodo and Purnell are starting to run on their
there's
right.
a move!
Oh, there we go! Round
He was alongside, but he's not going to. Oh, and 12 is in!
Williams
12
tries
is
to make
in!
the move.
Opportunistic Louis Smithen goes through into third place.
Yeah, so Barney Williams looked like he tried to make the move there, but didn't quite. It nearly cost him third place instead of giving him second. All still light astern at the moment as Adrian Raynar breaks into the top 10 and trying to recover from another poor start for the defending champion. Up onto the flyover we go once again. Barney Williams, Louis Smithen still tucked up under the rear bumper of Stuart Andrew. James Wiltshire has now got past John Bloodworth after what we believe may have been a bit of an issue earlier on. Not sure if it was self-inflicted or if he was assisted into 14th place there, as they now drop down into the bottom section of the circuit. Andrew Williams, Smithen,
and there's a lot of love for Jake on the live chat. Can I shout out for Jake? Of course I can. Jake is currently running in 6th place.
Yeah,
he's 6.7 seconds behind the leader of the race. And I thought 12 was going to have another look down the inside there, but it remains as you were, with John Paragon at the front, with Stuart Andrew in second, Barney Williams third, and Louis in fourth position. Emmanuel Nabodo coming through in 5th place, Jake Purnell in 6th. At the moment, starting to head into the closing stages. I would say we've got a couple of laps left after this particular tour of the track, but John Paragon has kind of checked out, not quite as far as what he was in the first heat, but 4.3 seconds with around about a couple laps to go in this kind of event is it is a long way, it has to be said. So he's looking like he's going to get maximum points in the heats, and that will give him a huge boost when it comes to the semi-finals. It will put him on pole position for one of the semi-finals and really in the box seat to get into the top positions for that grand final. A little bit further back, this is the battle for second that still rages on. And once again, the carts are absolutely bumper to bumper going underneath the mezzanine.
Yeah, so Paragon is out in front, same fastest lap after fastest lap at 59.531. The fastest we've ever seen a heavyweight go around here in a BIKC final is a 59.261. That's David Harvey from Harlow, who set that time. We've seen him in the previous heat. He's very quick around this circuit. Barney Andrew then. Stuart Andrew is still trying to hold off against Barney Williams and Louis Smithen. Nose to tail there, and Emmanuel Nabodo has started to break away a little bit from Jake Purnell in his pursuit of 4th position. So down the ramp they go, under the bridge, and it really looks like Williams is getting closer and closer and closer to Andrew. He tried to move a couple of laps ago, didn't quite get it to come off. He's round the outside now. Is that going to open the door for Smithen to come through? He thought about it, but wasn't quite close enough to go for it. So now, instead of attacking, Williams is having to defend as well as they go over the line. This is only going to help Paragon as he goes faster once again at 59.421 for your race leader. Moves 6 seconds clear.
That is the fastest lap we have seen so far in the heavyweights, Tom. Easily the fastest lap.
Quick, and only 2/10 off the outright pace that we've seen in BIKC previously, as John is now on his final tour of the circuit in the heat. And you've got to say, it looks like he's cruising towards a victory here in the heavyweight category, as they're now up on the top end of the circuit. Stuart Andrew, Barney Williams, Louis Smithen still inseparable, with about 1.5 seconds ahead of Emmanuel Nabodo. A couple of other drivers in the 59-second bracket. Barney Williams and Jake Purnell in the 59s, as is Stuart Clark. Just knocking on the door is Ben Riches on a 60.0. Just to remind you, defending champion Adrian Ray currently 10th position as Paragon.
Here we go. He's licked it. He sent it. What a great move, Barney Williams.
Across the line goes John Paragon. I have a feeling that was to try and get the place back after Louis Smithen potentially tried to get down the
Barney
inside,
Williams
over the line.
Goes second. We will review that in the gen pad in the break, because we can, Jen will go through all the great overtakes, and that was a fabulous overtaking maneuver there.
Something occurred on that final lap between that pack of 3, because Stuart Andrew was in vision going up onto flyover in 2nd place and then came over the line in 4th. So Barney Williams, Lewis Smithen were all fighting over that 2nd place, and it all came down to the final lap. 7.9 seconds was the winning advantage, with Manuel Nabodo closing right onto the back of the pack, as did Jake Pennell and Jason Kirkham. So to run over the full running order once again, John Paragon just sitting there having a brew while he waits for all the drivers to come back into the pit lane. Barney Williams in 2nd place, Lewis Smithen is 3rd. I think that one may end up in the steward's office potentially, with Stuart Andrew in 4th, Manuel Nabodo 5th, Jake Pennell 6th, Jason Kirkham in 7th, James Lee in 8th, Stuart Clark in 9th, Adrian Ray, defending champion, comes home in P10, Tom Clark 11th, Ben Richards 12th, Billy Neeson in 13th, James Wiltshire in P14, and John Bloodworth competes your running order. 15 karts, that's the final one of their heats, one more, and then we go to the semi-finals.
And Tom, I would say 59.421 is a message from John Paragon to every competitor out there, because that is easily the fastest lap time that we have seen in the heavyweights in BIKC 2022. Able to lap at that kind of speed. We will see what Johnny can do in the last of the heats coming right up. But that is a spectacular lap time, is what I would say. That is quicker than the middleweights and what they were doing. Probably track circumstances, probably the track is probably a little bit slower again from what we were running a few hours earlier, as the temperature drops and everything gets a little bit colder. But it's there. Barney Williams still held in there and came 2nd in his first heat, 2nd in the 2nd heat, 59.993. And it is quite incredible the number of drivers suddenly in the 59s. Suddenly it was a bit of an exclusive club. But now, in the last race, we seem to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers making it through, including James Wiltshire back in 14th place on a 59.838. So interesting lap times, I would say, suddenly coming about. So let's just set up for the last race of the heats of BIKC 2022. This is the last heat that we're going to run.
Yeah, so
it's almost emotional,
just a handful of races now before we crown our final BIKC champion, as the drivers now just get ready to take their karts. And quite a few drivers in the 59s. You normally do find that the lap times do take a bit of a tumble through the final couple of races in the night as we get towards the business end of proceedings. Just the Adrian Ray having a chat with our pair of CLOs, Sam McNally and Christina Watts. They've had a tough old time over the course of over today and yesterday, as it looks like a form maybe getting filled out there from what we can see. It's a clipboard in Sam's hand, so maybe a little bit of a hold after this before we get to the grids for the semi-finals. I think that might give us time to have a chat with a couple of drivers maybe later on. But final of the heats here. The grid comes up on our screen as if by magic, and just to remind you, Johnny Elliott, David Harvey are your front row, Tom and Jitesh on row number 2, then Castro, James, Carr, Hadfield, Burns, Sturdy, Stables, Eves, and Crossland, Russell and Matthew King, as everyone in the gallery has a massive heart attack. as the screen goes black.
We lost everything for a second there, everybody.
I think everyone just got scared there. I'm pretty sure technology in this place is sentient, and it's just out there to try and mess with us today, just to try and scare us. We've had a very long day, and now everything's like, oh, can we not just go to bed here at this point? I quite like the idea of just handing John the trophy before and heading off, but I think it may be John versus Johnny in
I don't think it's a done deal at all. I think Johnny has shown incredible speed.
A done deal. It's literally going to be John versus Johnny, and then we'll see if anyone else can come to the party later on.
Indeed, totally. So here we go. We are just making a few adjustments, I think, to some of the pedal, I think, of kart number 9. Careful, James. Don't get run over. Way too experienced, James, not to get run over. He was running karting sessions in 1931
Oh, so you're changing the year there. You've added an extra 100 years onto what you were saying earlier on today. So drivers now starting to file out onto the grid, and yeah, so we're looking at the drivers that are out there. I think that's Johnny Elliott's already taken up his position. David Harvey is going to be joining him on the outside of the front row, and I look forward to seeing what Adam Hadfield can do from 8th on the grid. He's already moved forward in the earlier heats, and we'll see what he's able to pull out of the bag. Remember, he's not finished lower than 5th in a BIKC final, so he was 3rd in heavyweights in 2020, 5th in 2021, and I have a feeling a podium or maybe even the overall title is going to be his target. As now we get the drivers out on the grid. Tom Owens, another driver who's going to be hoping for a good result. 16th overall in the finals, not where he's going to want it to finish, and he's been running there or thereabouts in the top 3 so far in the heats, and it's going to be quite impressive to see what he can pull out of the bag here. And there's Harvey just starting to pull into his position on the front row. Been kept nice and warm for him as Connor just messes about with the pace kart. He's just seeing the last couple of drivers come into vision, being released by Liam Silkson, who's swapped the VAR office for the pit lane for us, just to help us get through the last couple of sessions. And now we've got drivers making their way to the grid. I think that's Tom Owens there in the middle. Someone's just taking a double check just to make sure that everything is all good.
All looks a bit messy for me. There's a few drivers not quite sure where they are meant to be on the grid. So there's a bit of radio communication between the grid and the pit lane. And we're just checking things. We've obviously absolutely paramount that all the drivers end up in the correct grid positions for obvious reasons. So we're just going to double check on that, but there's a little bit of confusion on the grid that I'm sure we'll sort out in a matter of a few seconds. But we're getting the more chance to just look at the electric kart. If I'll be absolutely honest. And all karts are going to be like that in TeamSport. We are aiming. We have a target to go to 50% of our tracks to go electric by the end of 2023. That is the target. It's quite ambitious. But we do set ourselves quite ambitious targets, it has to be said. So that is the plan. And we've talked about electric a lot this weekend because that is the future of TeamSport, Tom.
Yeah, just spotted a question there from Matt Clough. If James Heslop's been running sessions since 1931, how old does that make you?
Yeah, that's a good point, Matt. That makes me a bit older, in actual fact. By a few years, by at least 5 years, I think. That puts you in the 1920s.
Oh, man.
I mean, I get almost 100 years old, yeah. That's what I feel.
100 years of running racing.
Indeed.
So that's just a couple of races then.
Jurgen Klopp's still going. So as long as Jurgen Klopp keeps going, I'm going to keep going.
Oh man, I wouldn't make that joke just in case.
And a good day for the
later.
A good day for the pool today. A good day for the pool.
So you just see a little bit of. Looks like the techs are just checking over one of the carts. I do think that is Tom Owens. I think it looked like he was having an issue coming to the grid. Did have his hands up in the air, just saying like, "Oh, look, this isn't me doing this." So maybe.
Here's a question, right? Here's a great question from Seb Hamilton. Do you think electric karts will be more consistent than petrol karts? You know, I think there's a good chance of that because the electric motors they're quite complicated things, and they don't run like the petrol engines to kind of maximum capacity. They are actually capable of incredible speeds, the kind of speeds that we simply cannot run. So basically, by having units in the karts that are basically in a bit less stress, then that really could easily mean that when it comes to power, that in fact, I've got my technical man here, he's just stare at me like I'm talking absolute rubbish, but surely they're running a little less stress.
I was just thinking that you managed to find your phone complicated, Russell, so I was...
So I think, my answer to that is that I think that there might be a chance that we can be more consistent. And on that, we're going to switch back to the racing because we're about to start the last race in the heats. This kind of answer, I don't want anybody from the technical team to actually turn up when I'm actually saying it, just in case it's a complete load of rubbish.
He walked in here and I thought you were going to get beaten with a spanner.
But that's my
again.
opinion. And I've been in this industry 32 years, let me tell you. And I look that way as well. So here we go. Johnny Elliott in kart 27. He comes around. Are we going to get a clean start? Yes, it looks good. It looks good. Let's see where we go. 27 on the inside. Johnny Elliott doing a lot of defending here, but it's successful defending. The pace car pulls over, and around we go. And yes, number 27 is in the lead. David Harvey has taken up his appropriate position in second place. He hasn't lost anything on the first few corners either. Tom Owens, it's a very subdued start. It has to be said. There's nothing real of any note, no massive overtake or anything at this moment in the race, but it's early days. 27 goes round that corner, and if you notice, Johnny Elliott does lean a lot into the corners. I noticed that on the first race. He's got quite an awkward driving style, but he holds the wheel very low down as well, but it works for him. He is in the lead at the moment. David Harvey again looks really racy at the moment, and he actually, as I said that, probably a slight mistake for him as he went that particular corner, but he was absolutely on the rear bumper. He's only lost about a tenth or so. He is 0.3 seconds behind. It's Johnny Elliott leading at the moment. David Harvey second, Tom Owens in third.
Yeah, very distinctive driving style for Johnny Elliott, but he seems to be able to make it work in just about anything that he gets into. David Harvey, though, one of the fastest heavyweights we've seen around here in BIKC competition. But Tom Owens just tucked up under the rear bumper there, and it was a big loser there was Jitesh off the second row. He lost out to both Oliver Castro and to Adam Hadfield in the opening stages. They're now running fourth and fifth. Jitesh trying to hang on against Wesley Carr, Charlie James, Chris Burns, Bill Sturdy, Chris Eves, Luke Russell, Jacob Crossan, Matthew King, and Darren Stables, who's now running at the back of the pack. Elliott again runs the car down the middle. Hadfield looks towards the outside on Castro, and it looks like Tom Owens here is feeling racy this time. He maybe wants to try and have a crack around the outside of David Harvey, but there's no space there just yet as they go over the line once again here to start lap 3 of this race. David Harvey's definitely looking a little bit more racy here, but Johnny Elliott is making that car as wide as physically possible as he goes under the mezzanine once again. Driver 27, Johnny Elliott, heading through the top end of the circuit up onto the mez once again. Fastest lap of the race in that first fire. Tom Owens, 60.678, running it in third position. These top three are really starting to pull away now. They're in a league of their own out in front, as Castro now has Hadfield tucked right under his rear bumper. Down the ramp once again, under the Monster Energy Bridge, Elliott, Harvey, Owens. That's how close those three are. Through the top end of the track, is Harvey going to be able to look towards the outside? Just takes the racing line as Elliott is going massively defensive, fully alongside there, but he's not able to find a space. Still alongside going into turn 3. And again, not able to spot a move. Looks over his shoulder. Elliott still just hold him at arm's length. Just 3 and a bit tenths cover the top 3 at the moment. This is an incredibly close race, but they are pulling away.
Owens looks dangerous here. Owens looks like he is literally about to pounce on the driver kart 9, David Harvey. All three just absolutely bumper to bumper. Can any of them make a move? Will they want to make a move? Owens definitely does. He's literally making room here. You can see that he wants to make a move somewhere. I've had a question on the live chat from Max Williamson. How long will it take for electric karts? How long will it take for electric karts to make it to Warrington? Well, they come from just outside London. Warrington, I'd say about 4 hours.
Yeah,
I would say.
Depends
so once the lorry's loaded up, I reckon about 4 hour journey, and they're there. Back to the racing. Johnny Elliott leading still. Some crazy defensive lines and some crazy attacking lines. And 27, Johnny Elliott went very deep into that corner. So much so he has a proper stare looking behind him just to make sure that that driver really checked the speed that driver number 9, David Harvey, was doing. Not just where he was. He needed to know how quickly he was motoring to see if he's going to be okay to stay in the lead, and he was, and he is. Coming round again onto the up ramp. Defensive line once again from driver number 27, Johnny Elliott, going up the up ramp. And once again, David Harvey can only watch the rear bumper. Can't do anything about that driver.
Yeah, really bad news just popped up on the screen for this top three. Adam Hadfield's managed to get into 4th place, and he's the fastest driver on track. We saw him close in the closing stages of the previous heat. He's now got 5 minutes to try and get on terms with the drivers in front of him. He's running consistently about 8/10 of a lap, 8/10 of a second quicker than the drivers that are fighting in front. Elliott is currently defending for his life against David Harvey. You can see how quickly Hadfield's catching here, and it's very, very quickly going to be 4 drivers to the lead. I reckon that gap that was 2 seconds is now probably about 1 and a bit as they cross the line once again. Elliott is just holding Harvey at arm's length. Owens in 2nd, Hadfield 3rd. He's managed to dispense of Castro with Gitesh there in 6th position. Fastest lap once again, 60.097. Hadfield's got the bit between his teeth as he heads up onto the top section. He's going to catch these guys in approximately half a lap's time. If Tom Owens looks over his shoulder, he's going to see Hadfield looming very, very close behind him. If these carts had mirrors, they'd be full of Adam Hadfield in the 16. But going down the back section of the circuit, still Elliott that leads, Harvey 2nd, Owen 3rd, and a charging Adam Hadfield in 4th place as they now go over the line even more defensive this time. Johnny Elliott from David Harvey. No matter what Harvey's throwing at Johnny Elliott, there's not a lot that he's able to do. And here comes Hadfield. Hadfield's managed to get right onto the back of this leading trio. It was a trio, it is now a quartet as they go over the line. Just 1 second separates your top 4, and they've managed to drop Castro and now Wesley Carr, who's got into 6th place at the expense of Gitesh there in cart 19. Under the mezzanine they go. Hadfield into the 59s. Again, he's still about 6/10 quicker than what the guys in front of them have been running. He's now right on the back of Tom Owens. Is he going to be able to translate that pace with possibly 2 laps to go? And let's see how far up this pack he can get. But again, a defending masterclass here from Johnny Elliott. He's just holding David Harvey and Tom Owens at arm's length. Now Owens has seen him. Owens knows Hadfield's there. So not only has he got to push, not only has he got to attack, he's also got to think about defending. So Owens is now taking a defensive line. Harvey thinking about it as well. Harvey to the outside. He's fully alongside. He knocks on the door, but there's no space there. 3 wide into the 3rd hairpin. Hadfield lobs it down the inside, but he's not quite able to make the move stick as they now go under the bridge with what we believe to be 2 laps left to go here in this heat. Harvey to the inside. There's contact there. He's pushed it. Hand up. He knew what he's done.
Going to go through,
Owens
surely.
going to go around the outside. Is that mistake going to cost Harvey?
Owens is going to make the move.
Tom Owens into 2nd place here at the expense of David Harvey. Hadfield's going to try this one as well, but a little mistake from David Harvey's now cost him 2 positions as Castro's in this one as well. But still out in front, Johnny Elliott, despite the contact that's cost Harvey 2 positions, he's still out in front, but now he's got a new driver behind him. Enter the fray, Tom Owens. Let's see what you can do. It's Trafford versus Liverpool 1 and 2 here with Sheffield and Harlow in the top 4. Hadfield there's been absolutely charging. Let's see what he can do now and get back on terms as we get ready to start what we believe is going to be the final lap. Owens already chucking everything he's got at the back of that Biz Evo 3. He's going to have 1 lap now to have a crack at Johnny Elliott. Elliott looks over his shoulder and he sees he's got a new driver.
Final lap of the race here. We've got Max Williamson saying, as a Warrington member, I can confirm that the track is a physical hell. My hand has a permanent blister on its palm. Don't go blaming us for that, Max. Okay, whatever you do with your personal life is up to you. We're on the final lap here. Final lap of Warrington. And we have got Johnny Elliott leading, Tom Owens 2nd, Adam Hadfield 3rd, David Harvey 4th, Wesley Carr in 5th, and Olivo is in 6th position. Johnny Elliott here in kart number 27. Surely he's going to do it. He's led every single lap. This is the last lap of the race. He's just got to get round the hairpins. He goes through the fin. Might still be a challenge. Goes very defensive. Look at this.
To the inside
He's inside. Adam Hadfield.
Harvey's back through to 2nd place. Owen throws his hand up. He's not happy with that. Castro's going to look down the inside. And maybe that's going to be 3 positions for Tom Owen. But over the line, once again, it's 2 for 2 for Johnny Elliott. Over the line, it's David Harvey in 2nd. Hadfield in 3rd. Wesley Carr comes from nowhere to take home P4, P5 for Tom Owens after the push from Adam Hadfield in that one. Again, top respect being shown between those heavyweights at the front, but take about Johnny Elliott, 2 from 2 here at TeamSport Warrington, heading up back onto the top section just to run through that provisional result, and a big asterisk next to the word provisional. Johnny Elliott wins, David Harvey second, Hadfield third, Wesley Carr in fourth, Tom Owens fifth, Castro sixth, Gitesh in seventh, Chris Burns in eighth, Charlie James, Luke Russell, Bill Sturdy, Chris Eves, Darren Stables, Jacob Crossland and Matthew King, with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap going the way of Darren Stables.
What a stunning set of heats, Tom, and with that we've got loads of analysis that is coming right up from Jen on the Gen Pad, and with that we are going to hand straight up to the studio.
Thank you, Russ and Tom. Gutted for Tom there, just at the last minute. Oh my God. We're not going to be able to get that replay because it happened so late. But what we do have, Jen, is Heat 3, the final corner.
Yeah.
Talk us through that one.
So here, number 9 made a move on number 12, if he wants to play. Let me just quickly play it back for the viewers at home. Here we go. It's quite a rather quick move, but absolutely amazing.
Slow it down a bit.
Yeah, of course. I'll play it at quarter speed. So number 9 just saw the opening there from number 12. Perfect amount of space, sent it down the inside. The contact wasn't even made until 9 was ahead of 12. So absolutely perfect, clean move. And then moved it forward then on that one. So.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, quite fair, clean racing, really. There's not much to really show from it other than just good sportsmanship and driving.
Yeah, we got one more clip from the Heat 4 as well.
Yeah, talk about that.
Okay, so 27 had a little bit of contact made by number 9. There you go. Good save from Elliott in first place there, but Hatfield or 8th place holding their hands up there, and Elliott seemed quite frustrated by the attempt of a move. But if we look here as well, 9 ended up losing out a position to the driver behind. I think it was Owens there. So despite the fact that Elliott was frustrated by the move, we actually had a bigger gap and a better advantage from that. So
yeah, that's very fair. We're going to get back to the action very shortly for the semi-finals. Davey, have you got anything in terms of interactions?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the comments have been going crazy as they always have all throughout this. Luigi Almatrano, sorry if I butcher anyone's names, saying Harvey's going bananas. Vito Volks, who was second yesterday?
He was, he was second, yeah.
So come on, Tom Owens, of course, Face Chicken as well. They're saying, let's go, Tom. Come on, Liverpool lads. We've had loads of love in for Johnny as well. And a number of comments for Charlie here as well. So we got Ruby JL saying, come on, Charlie, and Maximus 2K6, let's go, Charlie, as well. Now, I've also had a question come in. Do we have time?
Yes, we do.
All right, okay. So we've had a question in from the Flaming Soul, who said, how do I improve my time at this track? And I could figure no one better to ask than our Jen. So, Jen, how do you think people can improve their times at this track?
So honestly, it's all down to driving technique. There's multiple things you can do to make yourself faster, just in karting in general. It doesn't always come down to a single track. There's multiple things you can do, then bring them into different tracks as well. Obviously, different indoor tracks. This was quite wide and long. You got a lot of space to work with, but like places like Cardiff's track as well, very tight, very, very like slow corners, and you got to pick that speed up. So one thing you can do, if I could play the replay back. So here you can see the steering is very, very smooth going into these corners. You want to have as smooth as you can. The car is always going as fast as it possibly can when the steering wheel is straight. So minimal steering there. Obviously, a little bit of oversteer or understeer needs to be corrected to keep the lap time going. But you've got to keep your foot down as fast as you can and as much as you can around the track as well. So you've got to find the minimal way of braking around the circuit. So through this section here, flat out the entire time, I'll note the points where I'm braking or I'm potentially lifting off. So it's flat out through this bit, completely flat out. Lift off slightly here depending on track temperature, but obviously you can see a little bit of oversteer there. So as I correct that, again, flat out here, the car catches itself here, the grip is already in that corner. It feels like it's not, but it is. Flat out still, all the way around this corner. I do not lift off across this entire sector. As you can see, the steering wheel does not change angle the entire time through under the bridge. That keeps the momentum going and the speed going. The more you scrub your tyres, the more speed you lose. So again, set the steering angle around this corner. little bit of a flick, and then you're onto the up ramp. Again, you want to keep that. You want to get that steering wheel straight as fast as you possibly can. Full speed up here, full speed constantly. I'm still not lifting, still going full speed, still not lifting, and you want to flick the kart back left. Sitting into the middle track, still going full speed. There is barely any braking upstairs. A lot of grip on that wooden part of the track. Still going full speed, set that steering angle as well. Obviously, if you're not scrubbing your tyres, as I said, you're not losing your speed. Full speed down here, slight brake, straight back on the power again, and I am flat out till the end of the lap then.
Yeah, you know, part of the track's been scrubbed down as well for this.
Yeah, I did see.
Yeah, I was going to use the word resurfaced, but I think that's a bit ambitious. It's definitely scrubbed down. I've been told by Lewis that that's what happened.
Right, okay.
It means more grip.
Well, there was even a little thing on here, actually, a follow-up question on that, saying that, you know, recently it's been smoothed out at Sentry Sim Corner.
That's right.
I believe. Has it affected lap times? Would that have an effect on lap times?
I reckon it would, yeah, absolutely.
So I've heard it's not changed anything, to be honest.
Okay. That's all I know.
I think that was an attempt
that's
to
what I've
smooth
got
out the
written
track.
in brackets. But
No, the lap times were exactly how they used to be. It hasn't actually changed any of the surface. It's
just changed the handling for the drivers.
Oh no, it hasn't done that either. No,
okay.
it's still as aggressive and as bumpy around that part of the track apparently.
Okay, so yeah, well,
I asked the question, you know, how do you improve time around this track? And then a comment literally came in from J Hill Racing saying, ask Johnny, he's just won.
Well, Johnny's over there if you want to grab him. I don't know how you'll feel about it right now.
And another one as well has just come in saying, kudos to the host, you've all done a great job.
Yeah, everyone
very much.
thank you. Yeah, we're just waiting for this Steve Evans there. Can you see him? Give us a wave. There he is. We'll have a chat with Steve if we can in a bit. Yeah, they're just getting ready for the drivers to get back in to the car. So while they do that, I think go to a quick break and then we'll be back for the semi-finals of the heavyweights.
Hi, I'm Russ Mabley, founder of Total Karting Zero. We're really proud to be announcing that we are once again sponsoring the British Indoor Kart Championship for the second year in a row. Well done to all of you drivers who've already qualified, and we're really looking forward to seeing the winners who are going to join us in the 2023 Total Karting Zero Championship.
Okay, then here we go. We are live once again, and we are at the start of the semi-finals. And ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of love in the live stream for the water bottles. As ever, had the same thing yesterday, but we have the best BIKC water bottles, as you saw in the studio. They're only 15 quid per each, but they are massive. They literally hold, I think they're a litre. Like, that's a lot of water in there. It's they are huge, and they're brilliant things. I've got one. I love it. Has to be said. Right. Okay. So let's get down to the more serious stuff, if there can be anything more serious than water bottles. But we have got the first of the semi-finals, and we're just waiting for a grid. But we have one. I'm going to hand you over to Tom, who's going to take you through it.
Yeah, going down and sneaking some pictures of the timing screen, and as we talk, it comes up on our screen now. So, front row, John Paragon, not a surprise, he's won both of his heats. Barney Williams going to line up alongside him. Lewis Smithen and Tom Owens on the second row. Stuart Andrew and Jitesh there on row number 3. Jason Kirkham and Harrison and Chris Burns. No, he said Harrison Kirkham there. On row number 4, Jake Purnell and Adrian Ray, defending champion, going off P number 10. James Wiltshire, Chris Eves, Ben Riches, Billy Neeson, and Matthew King are your runners and riders for the first semi-final. I can also say that the front row in the second one is going to be Johnny Elliott and David Harvey with Adam Hadfield. So that top 3 is going to probably produce fireworks over the course of over the next semi-final. But we have a 12-minute race to go before we get down to that. And sticking my head out of the commentary box window just to have a chat with a couple of drivers. And after that, the way that last one finished, then Tom Owens really wasn't happy with himself at the end of that one. He was running in a good second place, ended up coming home, I believe it's in 4th or 5th, after a move down towards turn number 1. He just said he left the door open, and there's nothing that he could have done from there. He had just ended up as a passenger.
I've had a bit of a request for a shout out from J Hill Racing. A shout out from Jurgen Klopp. Now, Jurgen Klopp can't be here tonight, but you've got the next best thing in me. Lookalike. I could make a lot of money. Come on. If I next year, I'm just going to don a Liverpool Football Club hat, and I think.
Let's just hope we're not hosting any of our rounds in Manchester when you do that.
Indeed,
so.
indeed.
That way, I think you might make it out live.
And if I've been saying £15 for water bottle, for the size of it, that is the going rate. It's a serious piece of kit. You're buying quality, is all I'm saying. There's my sales pitch for the BIKC water bottles. Right, I suppose we better focus on the racing. We've John Paragon, who will be, he's been easily the fastest driver so far this evening, and he quite rightly will start the race from pole position. Barney Williams in 2nd, Louis Smithen in 3rd, Tom Owens 4th. This could be a cracker, actually. There's some really racy drivers in there. Stuart Andrew, I would include in that, in 5th position. GT in 6th. We've got Jason Kirkham in 7th, Chris Burns 8th, Jake Purnell 9th. And here we go. We're going to have some moody camera shots here. Just wrapping around the grid. There's a good driver number 16. That's Jake Purnell. Sat there ready to go, just loosening up the old neck muscles. There. Oh no, listen to the music. Yeah, we have we have had requests for speakers in carts. And that'd be great because you could drive around and listen to AC/DC while you're doing so, isn't it?
Yeah, that'd be perfect. A good call. That'd be a good call. I would also be tempted to play Jaws. We do have shark helmet covers, so Jaws coming out out of the speakers whenever you see the shark helmet cover coming behind you, which would be quite good. Or the police sirens when the police one's out there. It worked really well for Hot Pursuit. That
I say AC/DC because that's what has been put on the live stream. That's what we think that he's listening to. So, yeah, we could just blast it out. You could have the music of your choice. You know what I mean? If this was the 90s, we could fit the carts with a CD player. Couldn't we? You could have your music of your choice while you're racing round.
Yeah, by the sound
what
of it,
is not to like?
By the sound of it, the chat wants a slightly different song by, I believe it's the Pit Stop Boys that they're requesting there. And you just see Connor's beautiful helmet there, and the natty gloves that he does have, and the command to roll away is given, and the drivers head out on to
Before we get this going, I hope this is true. I'm just going to read it at face value. But I have a shout out for Darren Stable, who is the oldest BIKC competitor, turning 66 last week. I really hope that is true.
I thought Ian is just saying something to wind him up.
And it's a wind up. So I've done the shout out anyway. But I really, if it's 66, fantastic. What an amazing thing.
So drivers now heading through the Dunlop S's, and we're getting ready to go here for this 12-minute semi-final. Eyes down for full house, guys. Lights go green, and we are racing. Only 8 spaces in the grand final available, and these drivers have to go out and fight for them. And immediately, Barney Williams, Lewis Smithen are getting into each other there. Driver number 8, Stuart Andrew, it looks like he's managed to get ahead of Tom Owens as they now fire up onto the top section of the track. John Paragon once again leads field away, Barney Williams in second, and that looks like Lewis Smithen there in third place as they fire up onto the top section. Go past Michael Schumacher, who's been watching proceedings all day and seen some fantastic racing over the course of the last 2 days. And we are getting ready to start crowning our final BIKC champion of the season as they head down into the back section of the track. It looks like Barney Williams this time going to give John Paragon a run for his money. They're now on the top section of the circuit and trying to go racing. So Lewis Smithen is there in third place. I think that's Tom Owens just behind him, and they're now getting ready.
And it was a wind-up, Tom. He's not 66, he's 57. I've just been reliably informed.
Been reliably informed by the people trying to break down the commentary box door to get to you.
Yes.
Is that what the score is there? So Kart 3 leads Kart 4 and leads Kart 5 as they all go up onto the top section. Paragon, Williams, Smithen, Owens, Kirkham, Andrew and Gitash, your top 7. Purnell, Burns, Eves, Ray, Ritchie's, Neesham, Wiltshire and King, your runners and riders as they run at the moment. And now heading down towards the bottom section, and you can really see Barney Williams is locked in on the back of John Paragon. We've seen John run away at the start of both of the heats. This time, though, it looks like Williams is going to challenge him, but they're starting to build a gap over Lewis Smithen as Tom Owens trying to make a move back into third position here, and Williams really pushing Owens towards the outside. Is Smithen going to be able to fend him off? Still side by side. It looks like Kirkham's trying to get into this one as well. Owens got a small overlap, but it's not quite enough to get through this time over the line. They are now about 3 seconds behind the lead pair, and that's the difference between running in clear air and fighting amongst each other as Paragon and Williams run away here. 2 drivers in the 59s towing each other along. So 59.917 and 59.986 for Paragon and Williams respectively.
But Tom, Paragon is not running away with this. We have seen him at the end of lap 1 end up with a gap of about 1.2 seconds in the heats. So we're into lap 3 at the moment, and it's only 0.3. So we have a race on our hands, and John Paragon has also a race on his hands because Barney Williams looks really racy here, and we see some great moves. It's like the heavyweights. They're a little bit more liberal with their overtaking. They don't mind having a go and taking that risk. And saying that, 13 demonstrates that. Chris Burns he's going to go on the inside. It won't be enough, but there's over speed here, 2 abreast. Will they go through?
Kirkham. I think that's Purnell trying to get past Gitash there. 2x2, it's Noah's carts here as Jason Kirkham, I think, has managed to get through on Stuart Andrew there. Yes, the Power Ranger is in front and setting his sights on the back of Tom Owens.
2 sets of 2 drivers side by side round that section of a track, and they all made it through. Fantastic racing. And the gap now is 0.15 seconds. It is literally a blink of an eye, literally bumper to bumper.
Yeah, down the ramp they're going to go, and it's still 1.5 tenths the lead that John Paragon has. Maybe that gap is starting to come up, but they are 4 and a bit seconds clear of Lewis Smithen in third place, who has Tom Owens tucked under his rear bumper, and there again about 1.5 to nearly 2 seconds clear of Jason Kirkham. Looks like Gitash maybe trying to make a move on Stuart Andrew. Owens around the outside. There's no room there at the in, and Owens trying everything he can to get himself back into the top 3. Now remember, these drivers are all fighting for a place in the main event today, and the top 8 is the 8 is the magic number that's going to take you through into the main event today. So currently Jake Purnell is holding on to the qualifying spot. However, he's got Chris Burns right behind him in the 13, so it could all change in the closing stages of this race. We're about just getting towards half distance here, and 4 laps completed.
Now there's a gap though. Now John Paragon is starting to put away 0.4. And it's probably a bit, it's probably about 0.4, I think. And so we look at the visual gap between John Paragon and Barney Williams. And yes, Louis Smithen, as stated on the live chat, is doing a great job of defending at the present moment in time, because Tom Owens, who has been known for some really, really good moves tonight in the in his races, is all over the back. And a little bit further back, a couple of seconds back, then is Jason Kirkham and Stuart Andrew. That's how it looks at the end of lap number 5, and we've got a long way to go yet. It could all change.
Yeah, the top two still just putting fastest lap after fastest lap now. It's Advantage Williams, 59.6, plays 59.5 as Adrian Ray now moves into the top 10. He's got a couple of places to find, and he may end up getting himself into a qualifying position. That final position occupied by Jake Purnell. So Ray has to try and find a couple of seconds to get on terms, and maybe he can find his way onto the back of the main event. These two at the front, though, they are absolutely flying. They're consistently about 8 to 9 tenths of a second, or at times a full second clear of the drivers that are behind them, which are Tom Owens and Louis Smithen, as they now come through the top end of the circuit. There they are as the leaders go through the third hairpin. They're just coming out of the first hairpin. It looks like Stuart Andrew has got back in front of Jason Kirkham. GTEsh still in 7th, Jake Purnell in 8th place. That is the final qualifying position as we get into towards just past half distance. 6 minutes to go here in this semi-final, and Adrian Ray is tucked right up behind Chris Burns. If they can manage to get through, then that may be a qualifying position.
Here we go, fastest lap, John Paragon, 59.584. Now he's really starting to extend his lead. Barney Williams now moving to just under 0.6 seconds behind, with Louis Smithen 7 seconds behind. But the top two have cleared off. They've just checked out. There is 6.5 seconds between second place and third place. But saying that, Louis doing a lot of defending from Tom, who is really attacking. But that is a huge gap between second and third. You can see the distance on the camera, but third is not even in shot as we are looking at these drivers.
Yeah, it's like watching Le Mans here. You've got LMP1, which are the two we're looking at here, and LMP2, the drivers fighting over third place as they go into the Century Sim corner. Under the mezzanine once again, Paragon just starting to stretch the lead. However, the fastest lap back with Barney Williams, a 59.564. That's just 0.02 of a second faster than what Paragon has managed. So these drivers now extremely evenly matched in terms of outright pace, as Smithen and Owens are still absolutely bumper to bumper in the fight over third place. As these drivers get ready to head down the ramp, they must be just about coming up the flyover. So it's still Smithen, Owens, Andrews, Kirkham, GTEsh there in 7th. Jake Purnell still occupying the final podium, the final position that will get him into the main event. However, Chris Burns and Adrian Ray are still there, nose to tail with them. You'll just see the pack of carts start firing down the ramp. They are all fighting over a position in our main event today. That is Barney Williams there, currently trying to set off in pursuit of John Paragon. Gaps come down by 1/10 of a second. A 59.6 plays a 59.5 last time over the line as Smithen and Owens. Oh, is that Kirkham? That's the 12 of Kirkham is off at turn 2. Not sure how he's ended up there. Looking at that one, he's definitely going to have had some form of assistance.
That is one for the stewards, and the stewards have had it quite easy tonight, if I'll be absolutely honest, compared to what they've had in the previous 4 rounds. So that will give the stewards crew and VAR. We can look at anything here. We can replay it back, not just on the Gen pad, but all the, well, James Hislop, I said, ultimately we have a VAR room and we can look at anything on circuit. Every single corner is covered. So here we go, John Paragon racing in the lead as he has done all the way through. And Lewis is going to write something on my pad now.
He's quite literally stealing your stuff here. Meanwhile, Paragon is still out in front against Williams. Smithen is 3rd, Owens 4th as they all come across the line.
Yeah, I know him.
And GTEsh in 6th position as they now go over the line. For anyone wanting to know the notes being passed between the commentary box, it is Lex and Davey is the message we have been sent.
I'm not sure what else that message means. But yeah, I know Lex, I know Davey, they're great. They're awesome.
I have a feeling there's an inside joke we're missing here as they now head on to the penultimate lap of the race as they head over.
Now I get it. They're jealous of Jen's pad.
God.
They want a shout out. Here's a big shout out to Lex and Davey in the studio. BIKC 2022. Not a pad in sight. Jen is probably in the toilet or something, if I'll be honest, at the moment. She's nowhere. It's all about Lex and Davey.
She's just trying to find something
Fantastic job you guys have done all weekend.
And so now on to what will be probably the final lap of the race. Owens and Smith, and they're fighting over third place. These guys are still absolutely nose to tail. Now I finally found Russ Mabley's mute button as they now go over the start-finish line. And we get ready to put the final lap in the book here in the semi-finals for BIKC. So currently your qualifiers: Paragon, Williams, Smithens, Owens, Andrew, Cheetah, Burns and Purnell. It's all starting to go to pot in the commentary box here. But Adrian Ray is not too far away from Jake Purnell. He's tucked right up under their rear bumper, so never know. Our defending champion may find the final spot on the grid in the main event, but this is the driver we're looking at here over the last lap or so. He's just been able to drag clear of Barney Williams. That is John Paragon in kart number 3. He's going through the top section of the circuit and he's getting ready to take the checker flag. This the fight over second place. Owens has tried to throw everything he can at the back of Louis Smithen as Paragon takes the checker flag. Williams takes the checker as well, and he makes it into the main event. Coming through the back section of the circuit, Smithen's going to come over the line with Owens in tow. Stuart Andrew, Gitesh comes over the line as well. Chris Burns in 13 makes it over the line. Then it's going to be a drag race between Purnell and Ray. Over the line they go. Adrian Ray on the final lap sneaks into the main event. You can never keep a good champion down.
He's in, he's made it, he's through. He's had a difficult evening of racing, but the defending champion will at least be racing in the grand final. He will be starting in either 15th or 16th position, so there is a heck of a lot of work to do, but at least he is there in the grand final. And that is the end of the semi-finals on BIKC 2022. It's, in fact, what all about? There's one more to go.
Yeah, there's one
Look at me, way ahead of myself.
Yeah, you are getting fully ahead of yourself.
Way ahead of myself.
More semi-final. And still waiting to find out who the last
So
two
we have one more
are.
semi-final to go, which...
So, just reminding you guys of the qualifying drivers. So it's Paragon, Williams, Smithen, Owens, Andrew, Gitesh in 6th place, Chris Burns and Adrian Ray sneaking through into the main event. And as it sits, we say goodbye to Jake Purnell, James Wiltshire, Ben Riches, Chris Eves, Billy Neeson, Matt King and Jason Kirkham as well. However, there was a couple of incidents in this one. I think the stewards may actually need to take a look at a few of them.
Also, more shout-outs. Ian 505050 of Bacon Roll fame has said, can we have a shout-out for Mike?
Yeah, I'm not letting you go through that one. I'm not that daft. Have another read of that one. There we go. Pennies finally dropped. Thankfully, I found the mute button there.
What's wrong with Mike Roch Burns?
Oh, man.
Nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that whatsoever. And he said he's been itching to get involved all year. So, yeah, there's your shout-out, Ian 505050. I'll read anything out. I don't mind.
We're well aware you'll read everything out, and sadly, the live streams figured that one out as well.
And also, the worse they are, the more I want to read them out.
Yeah, exactly. You are, you're... So we just see the result as all the drivers now are making their way out of the pit lane and they're going to be taking a quick breather and getting themselves ready to go for the main event later on. Before we get to that, we have the small matter of the second of the semi-finals, and despite the grid not being on our timing screen, by the magic of me running down to the pit lane earlier and taking a photo, I have the grid in my hand. So the second semi-finals going to see Johnny Elliott and David Harvey on the front row, Adam Hadfield and Manuel Nabodo on row number 2. Now we've seen the top 3 there come very, very close to each other out on circuit, so maybe we're going to see a nice close fight through this next one. Wesley Carr and Olivo Castro and Stuart Clark, James Lees Charlie James, Luke Russell, Tom Clark, Jacob Crossland, Bill Sturdy, Darren Stables, and John Bloodworth. And
all drivers being weighed there just to make sure they haven't lost any weight between the heats and the semi-finals.
Yeah, so to remind you, these drivers all in the heavyweight category, they all need to come in above the 90 kilo bracket, and anyone under that sort of pace, under that sort of weight, may incur the wrath of the stewards. As we just see John Bloodworth getting himself kitted up and into his cart and ready to go for this next race. And nice metallic design, it really pops under the light. There is Tom Clark in Kart 19. You can just see Adam Hadfield, very, very racy driver, making his way into Kart 5. Yeah, look at the sparkles in that. That's a fantastic design. And for John Bloodworth, it really pops. And Joel's getting a little bit close there, as yeah, very, very nice helmet design there. Adam Hadfield in Kart number 5. Hopefully looking to try and move forward over the course of the next 12 minutes. Starting on the second row, he's definitely got the opportunity here to be quite dangerous. Now, looking down at the rest of
Are we ready for the grid
the
yet,
order.
Tom?
If you're paying attention, you'd know I've already read the grid out once already, Russ. Because
I
the
was
grid is
looking at the
currently
live
in
chat.
my hand. Just too busy looking for people to try and catch you out again.
It's late.
So, driver number 9, that's Luke Russell, getting ready to go. Ooh, carbon fibre there. You can see some of these guys definitely trying to save every single gram with the high-tech carbon fibre helmets to try and shave every single tenth that they can. Driver 13, that is Oliver Castro there, the GoPro on the front. Look forward to maybe seeing some onboards on the YouTubes later on. When videos do go up. It's great to see some of the post-race videos that do come out from various different drivers and creators. It's Charlie James in Kart 18. He's just focusing in front of him and getting ready to race. Proper race face on there for Charlie James, starting in P9. And then driver 16, that's Stuart Clark. Driver who's been in the finals before, finished 5th overall last year. Stuart Clark, a very, very quick driver, but he's got quite a bit of work to do from 7th on the grid. As the drivers are now heading out to the grid, there's driver 20, Darren Stables, who we're reliably informed is not celebrating his 66th birthday, despite Ian trying to wind you up there. And he's caught you out a couple of times tonight, hasn't he? So you're going to need to be careful with that.
It's not hard to catch me out at the moment.
Be careful with that live
It's been
stream.
a long 2 days.
I sometimes feel like I need to take live chat away from you, and I'll just sit here and police it and read out every now and again and be like, okay, this one's probably safe for you to read. This one's definitely not. I'll keep this one to myself. As Joel now runs out
The
onto
worse they are,
grid.
the more I want to read them.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like a red rag to a bull, isn't it? Or a competitor to any of our other drivers out there. They just want to try and get past it as quickly as they can. So drivers now out on the grid. You see David Harvey and Johnny Elliott on the front row. Hadfield's already on the grid behind him, as is Wesley Carr. And you just see Wesley on the screens at the moment. Starting in 5th position, does have the potential to be quite dangerous in this race. Maybe he can move up the order a little bit later on. And there's Hadfield looking at the back of Johnny Elliott.
Picture of Adam Hadfield.
That's a very, very moody picture. Eyes forward.
He's pulled some moves tonight.
And he's focused on the
total
pack
focus
in front of him. And then Johnny Elliott, all he's had at the moment is clear road in front of him tonight. However, he's had to defend for his life throughout the course of the heats. Are we going to be able to see him pull his true pace out of the bag and potentially move forward from there? And we'll see how far ahead he can get. We do expect it to be the battle of the John versus Johnny, as there is David Harvey. He's going bananas there in 2nd place. He's probably going bananas at the fact he's not been able to get past Johnny Elliott throughout the course of the night. He's tried just about everything to get through, and he's not had an answer.
Thumbs up though.
Johnny Elliott. Thumbs up. He's ready to race. Is our man David Harvey. And one driver ready to race away is Adam Beale. He's sat in the pace cart. He's ready to go, lead the field away, and maybe have a little bit more fun with that electric cart. It is really intoxicating, that thing. And I do quite like the blue, white, and orange livery. Coming to a TeamSport circuit near you soon.
Okay, fantastic stuff. I can talk technical stuff now because Adam Beale's in the kart. You can't actually come in and proclaim that what I'm saying is actually technically incorrect. But he is there, and I think he knows I'm talking about him as well. And he will lead off the drivers for the last of the semi-finals.
Look at that for a shot.
In the heavyweights. Yes, give us a wave, Adam, indeed. So we're almost there, I think. I think we're missing just 2 drivers, I think.
Yeah, it's just a couple of drivers missing. I think there may be a couple of kart changes, judging by the fact we've seen Dave McGregor squeaking past in a kart, and I can hear a kart going around the circuit at the moment. So maybe a kart either being warmed up or just double check to make sure that it is all good. If a kart does have 2 people complain about it, say that they're not quite happy with it, it'll be pulled out of the lineup and we will double check it, make sure it is all good. And all the karts, I believe, now out on the grid. So, once we're all happy with the grid formation, we're happy the circuit's clean. Just see Dave McGregor comes back in the pit lane, and I expect we'll see a couple of guys pull
there's a shot.
that kart. And Adam Beale ready to lead these guys away for the last of the semi-finals here at TeamSport Warrington, the last of the semi-finals for BIKC 2020. There's only about 27 minutes worth of racing left in this competition now. To think we started at 9:30 yesterday, and now it's come down to this. We're just 27 minutes away in terms of racing, away from crowning our BIKC champion. So we wait to get the command from our man Connor on the straight. You just see him there, waiting to release the karts. And as soon as we're all happy and we are all ready to go, the command will be given, and Adam will start leading the drivers around for this formation lap.
Ben Pickard Racing says, come on, Darren Stables, reckons he can go from 14th to 1st.
Yeah, it's a very ambitious run very ambitious idea from Ben as we start running here at BIKC for the last of the semi-finals. Please don't run over Joel. We need him to sort the audio for our last set of races. And it looks like he may have gotten away with that one. So, Elliott, Harvey, Hadfield, Nabodo, Carr, Castro, Clark, Lee, James, Russell, Clark, Crossland, Sturdy, Stables, and Bloodworth are your runners and riders. So drivers coming through the top section. We've seen Elliott and Harvey go toe-to-toe, but Hadfield is right in with this. He's a very, very fast starter. Is Adam Hadfield's lights go green. We're racing again. The top 2 have got a very, very good getaway, and it looks like Elliott and Harvey are nose to tail. And is that... Looks like hands are up. I think there may be yellow lights coming out. I think we may be going for a false start here by the looks of it.
We're definitely running under yellows.
False start flags out. They're not happy with that. I think maybe it may have been the formation with the top 2 running away. Hadfield was on his own on the second row, so not quite happy with the formation. All this does plays into the hands of Johnny Elliott, who now has one less lap to try and defend from the rest of the field, or indeed he has one less lap to try and run away from the rest of the field. So if you see the pace cart at the back, that will come to the front, and we will give this another go. The clock does start ticking down when we do go for a false start, so this is effectively a lap off the race distance, and the drivers now will come down and get ready to go back on the grid. You can see that the drivers are going to be formed back up on the grid. They'll make sure the grid order is correct, and then we will bring the pace cart through and we will go for another start. So the timer is paused while we get the drivers back in order. Mr. Beale comes back to the front of the pack. It's not a position he's used to being in, but we will get ready to go here once again. You see the back row there of Darren Stables, Bill Sturdy and John Bloodworth all getting back into position. That's Jacob Crossland in the 27, moving back into 12th place. And once again, we go rolling once again. Let's give this another shot, and hopefully this time we can go race. We can go racing. There's only 10 minutes on the clock now for these drivers, so this effectively is going to end up being just like the heats all over again. So they've lost a lap and a bit's worth of racing thanks to that false start. So Elliott and Harvey on the front row. Let's see if they can get a mega start like they did last time, and let's see if Hadfield can do anything about them. Through the Dunlop S's, the pace kart's about to drop the throttle. The 3-year-old is under the control of Johnny Elliott. The lights go green once again, and we are racing
that is
here.
easy.
That
Johnny
looks
Elliott
like
in
a
the
very,
lead.
very good start from Elliott.
He predicted it. He predicted the green light then. He literally went and easily was able to maintain it. Let's see how fast he can go, because despite being extremely quick in the qualifying rounds, Johnny Elliott has been actually driving quite defensively in his heats in order to make sure that he won them. So let's see if he's going to get a new lease of life and see what kind of lap times he can put in, if he's going to stroll away with this, or if David Harvey, who has been extremely quick as well tonight, can give him some challenge. They're already starting to pull away from Adam Hadfield in third place, which is a bit surprising because Adam Hadfield has also been extraordinarily quick. But at the moment it is the top two slightly pulling away at the moment in time. 0.1 is the lead, but which was on the previous lap, which was the start obviously, but Adam Hadfield third, Emmanuel the Podium in fourth, Olivia Castro is fifth. That was the leaderboard, let's see, and it is still the leaderboard now. Wesley Carr in sixth, Stuart Clark in 7th, James Lee in 8th, Charlie James in 9th, Tom Clark in 10th. There is your top 10. Here we go as we go into the next lap.
Yeah, Johnny Elliott now starting to just stretch away from the field. He was half a second faster than anyone else on that first lap round. Maybe we're just starting to see the real pace of Johnny Elliott come back into this run. Is he starting to build a gap over David Harvey, who in turn is building a gap over Adam Hadfield? Manuel Labodo still tucked into the top four. Olivia Castro is in fifth. Wesley Carr, Stuart Clark and James Lee are your qualifiers. So driver number 7 is the last driver holding on to a qualifying position, and he's got a lot of pressure from behind, I believe, from Charlie James. Hadfield now is on the defensive. We've seen him on the offensive for the majority of the day, but Labodo is trying to make his way through, as is Stuart Clark, going around the outside there of Olivia Castro from what I can see.
And making
there.
it.
Looks like he's made the move stick, so Stuart Clark is now into 6th place, and that was on Wesley Carr. Sorry for misidentifying the drivers, as Charlie James now moves into 8th place and drops James Lee out of the main event. 59.8 that time over the line, 3/10 faster than anyone has managed so far. Johnny Elliott is starting to fly here, and he now has second in hand over David Harvey, who in turn has 1.4 over Adam Hadfield, with Emmanuel Labodo right on his rear bumper. Look over the shoulder, and Elliott knows he is away and clear here. All he's got to do is try and manage the gap, not make any mistakes, and he could be guaranteed a front row starting position for the main event.
And now Johnny Elliott, he really is starting to pull away. He's over 1 second clear, and David Harvey in his own right is 1.4 seconds clear of Adam Hadfield in third. So let's see, it's the gap still maintains at over a second, 3.1. The top two once again pulling away from Adam Hadfield on that last lap. It's about 0.6 seconds between Adam Hadfield and Emmanuel Labodo. And Emmanuel Labodo about half a second. So the top drivers are all spreading out at the present moment in time. Have been asked, why is the false flag the Jamaican flag? Why not? Why not?
It's not fully the Jamaican flag. It's a green flag with the yellow V, just to distinguish it from the green flag that is normally shown at the start of the race. Another look over the shoulder, and Elliott knows that he's got quite a bit of space now over David Harvey. Harvey is still trying to get close in terms of lap times. There's only about a half a tenth between the pair of them, but there's about a second and a bit that separates them on track. Adam Hadfield's just running outside of the 60-second bracket. He's got his rear bumper covered with Emmanuel Labodo, Castro Clark and Wesley Carr are there as well. As they come over the line once again, lap 5 completed onto lap 6. Gap still a second for the lead. 3 seconds further back is Adam Hadfield, who in turn has about 6/10 in hand over Emmanuel Labodo. Fastest lap once again, a 59.555 for Johnny Elliott. He is starting to really wind this kart up now, and he's pushing away from the field, but he is still towing David Harvey along with him. So these two currently going to be starting on the first and second rows of the grid, but there's all hell breaking loose behind for Adam Hadfield, Manuel Nabodo. They're fighting over rows 3 and 4. Remember, the top 8 will find their way into the main event. This, of course, the semi-finals. Just 5 more minutes separate us from being able to confirm the grid for the top 16 to compete for our main event. Hadfield now trying to move away. It looks like that was Castro trying to get a move down the inside of Emmanuel Nabodo, but he was coming back from a long way. Stuart Clark right on the rear bumper here as they head down the back straight. 1.3 seconds the gap at the lead. Hadfield is a further 4 and a bit seconds behind, and then it's everyone fighting over 4th position. I think there's 4 or 5 karts here. As long as these guys keep their noses clean, they're going to be starting in the main event, as Luke Russell now is lining up behind Charlie James to try and take a shot at his final paying position as they go up onto the ramp. These drivers all going to be featuring the main event, providing they can keep it clean. And we have already seen incidents in the heavyweights today. 4.5 minutes to go. Absolutely anything can happen here as they now get ready to fire down the ramp once again. Hadfield on the back foot here, trying to defend. It's not what we've seen him do all night so far. We've seen him on the attack. Now he's really having to look behind him.
So, okay, and the gap is not charging up, but 1.3 seconds. That's the last 0.3 happened over the last 2 laps. So David Harvey really, I think, almost settling for second here will give him an excellent grid position in the grand final. It is not over yet. Adam Hadfield is a long way back. And Adam Hadfield, Emmanuel Nabodo hasn't given up, I think, on Adam Hadfield, because there's about 0.6 seconds between the two, which can be done. There's a bit of time. There's at least a couple of laps left in this semi-final, with Alova Castro in 5th place, Stuart Clark in 6th, Wesley Carr in 7th, Charlie James in 8th, Luke Russell 9th, Tom Clark in 10th place, Jacob Croston 11th, Darren Stables 12th, Billy Sturdy 13th, John Bloodworth 14th, and James Lee 15th at the moment, with, we think, I would say, about 2 laps left after this particular lap. So in fact, if anything, gap slightly.
Yeah, it's coming down.
Coming down
that
there.
Gap at the front's coming down. It's
oh,
down
that's
a
move.
That is Castro.
13.
And Emmanuel
Castro.
Nabodo. Stuart Clark's in this one as well.
Oh, around the outside. He's going to hang that in.
Bodo shows
he's going to hang that in.
A touch. And through comes Wesley Carr in the 7. He's not only got 1 kart, he may have got all 3 of them. He's still side by side there with Manuel Nabodo. He's in 5th at the moment. Is he going to get the move on the way into Century Sim Corner? No, he's not. Nabodo holds on, but that was fantastic opportunistic driving from Wesley Carr. He saw the move happening in front, a gap opened up, and he just lobbed his car down the inside, made it clean, and he got down the inside. His fastest lap at the front is a 59.4 from David Harvey. That gap is now just 0.8 of a second as we are now on the penultimate lap of this semi-final. Are we going to see a last lap duel between Harvey and Elliott? Because Harvey definitely has the bit between his teeth. Elliott's not slowing down much. He's only 0.2 off, but Harvey setting personal best after personal best lap here.
Where's this come from, Tom?
BIKC.
Suddenly, a sprint finish has happened. We thought it was all done and dusted. Johnny Elliott just sailing along to win and go through into the grand final in one of the front row grid positions.
Gaps down
suddenly,
again.
David Harvey's there.
59.367. That's got to be one of the quickest times we've seen today, if not the absolute fastest we've seen from the heavyweights. They're only about a 10th behind what Harvey managed in the finals last year as one of the fastest heavyweights around this track. But Johnny Elliott, I think, just about has enough in hand here. 6/10 is the advantage over the line. Johnny Elliott at 59.5, so he's not exactly going slowly around this track. It's just Harvey's found some pace from absolutely nowhere. Maybe he's had a bit of a rummage round in that little bag of talent, and he's pulled out some personal best lap times from there.
This is the last lap of the race. He's going to hold on. Surely he's going to win because the gap is just over half a second. He'd have to make a terrible mistake to lose it from this particular point. But he leans over in his unique driving style and he's going across, and we're waiting for a checkered flag. There it is. And Johnny Elliott does in fact eventually win the race by 0.609 of a second, with Adam Hadfield coming in third, miles behind. And David Harvey ended up really pushing Johnny Elliott along there. Johnny was aware of the danger. He had to respond. He thought it was done and dusted, then suddenly
Stables has gone round
Harvey
on the final lap there, so not sure how that happened. for Darren Stables, but he's ended up 13th. I think that was maybe him getting involved with Jacob Crossland.
And your grand finalists are Johnny Elliott, David Harvey, Adam Hadfield, Emmanuel Nabodo, Wesley Carr, Oliver Castro, Stuart Clark and Charlie James. We will be saying goodbye with BIKC 2022 for Luke Russell, Tom Clark, Jacob Crossland, Billy Sturdy, Darren Stables, John Bloodworth and James Lee. But as we said, they have done extraordinarily well. All drivers have, even to make it to this stage in the competition. For all the fastest lap competition, through all the local finals, all the regional finals, and we have had some absolutely amazing racing, and confirmation there on the screen that David Harvey in second place has gone round in 59.367. That is a stunning lap time. It probably came just a couple laps too late, I would say. If you did that maybe a few laps earlier, he might be right with Johnny come the end. But great race.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Loads of action through that, including a fantastic move from Wesley Carr. And to take a look at everything, we're going to hand over to Lex, Davey and Jen upstairs in the studio.
Yeah, nice to know we got a mention in that one. That was quite nice, wasn't it? It's all about Jen and the iPad tonight. Speaking of that, we've got Silky with us, who is apparently the most tallest person in Warrington, and I'm the most smallest person in Warrington. Tell us what you do.
So I'm in charge of VAR with Molly Winfield, so we're sat down in the far corner. So when race control wants something quickly, there's been something under the mezzanine, it's quickly, right, so can you have a quick check? We'll report back to them using the live stream as well. So we can just go, yes, clean, no, it's not. If it's not, they'll review it.
All right, well, let's look at this clip that we've got here, and then you can do exactly that right now, as if it's your job. So give him the microphone and let him decide.
So what we'd normally do, we'd have it at full speed so the race control can see what's going on. We'd pause it around about now. So we'd wind it back, and then we'd just go frame by frame and see whereabouts at the point of the overlap war.
It's James Hislop in the background, just making sure he's doing his job properly.
So we can see that the driver's not 50% alongside, so I'll probably pause it about there, and then Ben and James and Matt up in race control will turn around and go, yep, we're happy with the decision that we've made, and then we'll just go back to the live stream.
Fantastic. I've got to give you back to James. You've got to get back down there. Apparently he's... yeah, thanks for your time, Silky. Appreciate it.
Oh, I have some interesting questions for him then, but we'll have to wait on that one.
I'd like to see your opinion on this, though. Let's start it from the very beginning. Full speed. This was semi-2 contact.
Okay, so honestly, I just don't think the move was there. There was no 50%. He was already going mega defensive on that corner as well. Yeah, so I think if he got a penalty for that, it's a fair penalty. Emmanuel, there was a driver in front, also lost a position, I think, to the guy in 7th as well because of the momentum he had out of that corner. So, yeah it was not a good move made by 13 there, unfortunately. But, yeah, hopefully Emmanuel got the position back, but, you know.
Wait, are you allowed to come back? Oh, no, never mind. Oh, it's getting late now. It's getting late. We've been here a while. Thank you. If you've been here from the very beginning, let us know right now because that's power. That is. So I think for now we're going to have the final very, very soon. Anything to mention? You can tell we're getting to the end of a very long day now. You know. I can't hear you. No.
Well, I'll quickly just speak then, just to talk over that bit. So at the moment, we think Johnny Elliott might have taken pole. He hit a 39.555. Think that's just about fast enough to take pole position in the grand final of that one. So.
Awesome. All right, cool. Drivers are still getting ready in the background of this very now getting darker Warrington circuit. Fuel bar still quite packed. If you want to come and get a drink.
You can tell we're struggling at this point, can't you?
I'm not even ashamed of it. Yeah, we are. We're getting to that point where it's just...
It's a long day. It's been adrenaline filled all the way through.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's just, it takes its toll on us, especially when we're getting older now. It's all right for Jay.
It's very true. We've been here since 7 o'clock. It's pushing it, that, wasn't it?
That's very pushing
it. I'm not going to lie.
8 o'clock, I'd say.
8 o'clock, yeah. So it's still... You get into that stage now where you're that tired, you're just finding everything funny. But I still enjoyed it.
I love it at this time when Tom and Russ get to the really delirious point.
Oh yeah, no.
The commentary just goes.
This next 15 minutes, we're going to get some iconic stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Post watershed now as well, so we'll see some interesting comments potentially come out.
Yeah, sure we
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, at least we mentioned them.
That's so true.
So from Lex and Davey and Jen and the iPad, back to the guys.
First of all, it's not an iPad, it's a Gen pad. I want to make that absolutely clear. Now, we have got one more race to go, and it is the big race of the night. And there's been so much fantastic racing up to this point, but in the next 20-25 minutes, we are going to once again crown another British Indoor Karting Champion. And this time it's going to be in the heavyweight division. So, here we go. And we are waiting for a grid. I'm looking at Tom. Do you have a grid?
I don't have a grid just yet.
We are waiting on the technology to kick in before we can tell you exactly who is going to be where, because I think the grid is going to be a fascinating grid. After those two semi-finals, I think it's going to be really interesting who lines up where. And as soon as we see that come up, Tom, I reckon there's going to be a few stories, a few predictions, a few stories I think that might unfold as we go through the grand final here. But we're still, in fact, there might be a few protests actually. It's not protests, but a few maybe investigations going on, as there seems to be a little bit of a delay. I think
you just see the grid isn't quite up on the screens down by the pit lane as the drivers are getting ready to have a look. You see a few of them are just eager to have a look as Chrissy's now diverting orders, and hopefully we should be getting drivers.
There's a little bit of chat about what track this is. Few drivers don't know this is our Warrington circuit. It is. I think it is the biggest track that we've got in the group in the UK.
In the UK, at least, because now
I've got to say that now, haven't I?
Munich is officially the longest track
Indeed.
that we have.
We have just opened up in Munich. We have two tracks in Germany now, but the one in Munich is in prime position to run the finals of the European Indoor Karting Championship.
Yeah, you can just
due to the fact that the track there's 3 tracks. You can join them all together, and when you do, you have a lap time of 2.5 minutes. That is
2.5 minutes
incredible.
A lap. That's a crazy
incredible. So just put it in context. Warrington, massive, 2.5 times the size of Warrington. So that is something which I'm sure at some point in the future we will end up running. Oh, wouldn't it be great to run a European Indoor Karting Championship?
I think it would be quite cool to have a European Championship. That would be good fun.
James Hislop will be having sleepless nights for 6 months on the prospect of that.
Yeah, he's had a few sleepless nights, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking to see his bed tonight after all the work that's had to go in.
But I need to point out,
this racing going.
Tom, every single decision, has been backed up by VAR. It's been backed up by a team of experts. It's not just one person calling all this. There's a lot of experience. There's a lot of racecraft. There's a lot of indoor karting experience that goes in to what we actually do. And we know that there's been a lot of people out there over the course of the weekend who might think decisions have gone against them, but that is because motorsport is the wonderful thing that it is. In fact, that you can have an incident. It happens a lot in the Ultima in Formula One, and people have different opinions. Who was at fault, right, in 1989? Was it Senna or was it Prost? Some people think Senna, some people think Prost, and we are 30 years or so on.
Yeah,
and that is the power of motor racing.
Yeah, everyone will look back at a decision and be like, oh, should we, shouldn't we? You can get 4 or 5 different people to look at exactly the same footage, and they may not agree. However, that's why we try and we have a team of people looking after everything. So you've got experience in the form of both Molly and Liam, who are experienced drivers in their own right. They're proper racers, and then you've also got James Hislop overseeing the race direction team. To make sure that when the final calls do come through, we're able to back up the decisions and at least be able to explain why a penalty has come through. You may not necessarily agree with it, however, we can explain it and at least be able to back it up with evidence. Then we can be confident that we've made the correct call from what we can see. Now, a lot of people already trying to call their... a lot of people already trying to call their predictions
Sonny Scott,
through here.
We appreciate the sentiment there. Hope the commentators get paid by the hour.
No, we get paid by the word. That's why we both
by the
talk
words,
really
yeah,
quickly.
that'd be fantastic.
Why do you think I keep talking really quickly whenever I'm on comms? I've just earned 30 quid by saying that last sentence. So now, grid comes up on our screen. So we will run through the order. We have a rough idea of which row the drivers are going to be starting on, but now we have the final qualifying order and the final qualifying driver. So pole position is going to be Johnny Elliott with John Paragon alongside him. We've been looking forward to this fight all night. John versus Johnny, who's going to be able to take the win. You can't count out the drivers on the second row. Two very quick and very racy drivers in the form of David Harvey and Barney Williams. Adam Hadfield and Louis Smithen have had their fair share of good moves throughout the course of today. They're going to start on row number 3. Manuel Nabodo and Tom Owens has it all to do from P8. Stuart Andrew and Wesley Carr are going to be off row number 5 in 9th and 10th. Then it's Jitesh and Oliver on P11 and 12. Chris Burns, Stuart Clark on row number 7, and completing the grid, Charlie James and reigning champion Adrian Ray on the final lap snuck into the main event. I had a quick chat to him before I came down here, and I'm saying, oh, that's the first challenge then, to try and defend your title. And he's like, the only way I'm going to do that is if we get the front guys starting to hold each other up. So maybe it is possible. We've seen stranger thing happens. Remember, Slater went from 11th to 4th.
Tom, I've got another shout out to do. Can I do that one? From
that depends. Which one is it? No.
Oh, go on, please. No, I'm not. Not even I am going to do that one.
Really? That's
too old school.
That's a first. Tell Johnny to defend like a lion, like Fernando Alonso. We maybe need L plan at the front of this one. Is that what he's going through there with Sam McNally just discussing L plan before they head out on track? Who's your tip for the victory?
We haven't done much of this weekend.
No,
we haven't done much. Who's your money on there?
You know what? I've seen both. I've seen a lot of these guys race quite a bit, and you know what? It's going to be quite tough to actually bet against Johnny Elliott here.
Really? Because I'll tell you what, the favourite has been John Paragon.
He has been extremely quick. However, Johnny has a habit of just being there. He's always normally in the right place at the right time, and we saw in that last heat he was able to finally extract some proper pace from these Biz Evo 3s.
I'm going to go with David Harvey. I think there's going to be some kind of incident between Johnny Elliott and John Paragon, and maybe David Harvey might be there to pick up the pieces.
Not a bad call. We've seen David's one of the fastest drivers out on track. The only issue is he's not been able to find a way past. He's very good at catching up. And I see old Murray Walker line. Catching up is one thing, getting past is quite another. You can see there's a lot of drivers here trying to take home the victory. As we see driver number 5, Tom Owens, is going to go off P8. Certainly a fan favourite, Tom. He's had a lot of support in the live chat, as has Johnny Elliott there. So I was going to see exactly how these guys get on, and we have seen drivers move forward, and let's see what
Tom, like Jess has put on McNally the DILF. What does DILF mean?
Judging by the cheers out there, everyone else knows apart from you, so it gives you a rough idea. I think that's everything you need to say. The fact that the guys behind me in the gallery are laughing. I don't think. I'm pretty sure that you guys are going to have a really tough job finding the bits of this that we can actually keep on YouTube.
There's bits of this you're going to have to wipe out.
Yeah, we're going to have to.
It never happened.
We're not going to be able to have the entirety of the heavyweight. So enjoy it while you can, as we're never going to be able to watch these races again just because of what's come out of Russ's mouth in the last 20 minutes. I could just see you scanning the chat there. You're looking for more stuff to try and get us all in trouble. Do you want to be able to do this again? Do you want to be able to do this again? I'd quite like to be invited back to do BIKC. I really don't know why they keep letting us in here. However, I'm very, very glad that they do.
Indeed. Right, it's the last chance to take a look at the new electric kart.
Well, so we've got a briefing there going on between Connor and Connor. Connor's just discussing tips about how to drive the kart with Connor. I wonder if Connor's going to take those tips on board from Connor. And you can just see, look at Johnny Elliott looking rather relaxed there as we get ready to go with John Paragon alongside. Looks quite comfy there in that kart. And he's just getting himself in the zone and potentially getting himself ready to race. Row 2, David Harvey, Barney Williams, 2 very, very quick drivers. Thumbs up from Johnny Elliott. He's ready to race. And, we set his sights forward. And it shouldn't be too long before we go racing.
Look at that, we got Dante Dillon, who's popped up in the chat.
3-time BIKC champion.
The only
BIKC champion. Won it in style earlier on today. And yeah, congratulations to Dante. Won it from Ben Sproat in second place. And
you just get the sheer respect for Dante Dillon that even comes through on the live chat for everything that he's
here we
achieved.
go. 15
let's
minutes.
go. Tom, take us through it.
Racing separates us from our ride home, and it also separates us from our final British Indoor Karting Champion of 2022. We've waited for this battle the entire night, and now we're finally going to get to see John Paragon go up against Johnny Elliott. David Harvey, Barney Williams, though, looking to get on terms with them very, very quickly. We've seen if you're going to make a move here, you're going to have to do it fast. The drivers come under the bridge. We go green here for the finals. The last time in BIKC 2022. And immediately Elliott takes the lead. Paragon's on the outside. Looks like Harvey tried to make a move initially, but Hadfield now throws it down the inside of Barney Williams. Hadfield up to 4th provisionally, but Paragon is looking very, very racy here.
Contact between the two.
Little bit of contact there as it looks like Williams is still holding on against Paragon as Nabodo now tries to go past Hadfield into 5th position, but it's advantage Elliott in the opening couple of corners with John Paragon tucking up behind him. David Harvey still in there. Barney Williams a little bit further back thanks to that early touch with Adam Hadfield. He's got his hands full with Emmanuel Nabodo as they go under the Monster Energy Bridge into the fast left-right chicane. Paragon's looking racy. He's looking down the inside. Elliott's immediately going defensive here. We've seen a defensive masterclass from Johnny Elliott already. Now he's got a different opposition.
Paragon wants this done early. He wants this done early. Look at 19 as well. He's going around the outside. Doors open.
Here comes Harvey, though. He's got a little bit of speed. The top 3 now running away from the rest of the pack. It's Elliott, Paragon, Harvey, and everyone fighting over 4th place. Adam Hadfield is the one just at the front of the pack, but it is still advantage Elliott, and Paragon really, really wants to try and get this done early. With just one lap in the book, and these guys are already starting to defend. So Johnny Elliott comes up onto the top section circuit. David Harvey is still in tow. Adam Hadfield now looks like he's cemented himself into 4th place. We've already seen what Adam can do in terms of catching up quickly. Let's see if he can catch up to these guys as quickly as he did in the previous heat when Elliott and Harvey started fighting down the ramp once again. Paragon doesn't quite have an answer. Hand goes up from Elliott. I think he might be saying, let's go, and let's try and work together, build a gap, and then we'll fight over the title in the latter stages.
Look how defensive. Johnny Elliott is having to drive
to the inside there as Paragon again tries it round the outside, cuts back towards the inside. Harvey's now going round the outside of Paragon. He's going to try the switch back, and is Harvey going to be able to get a nose alongside? Just edges forward, but has to slot back in behind the Bradford driver as they go back over the line. 4/10 covers your top 3 as here comes Adam Hadfield. He's 1.4 seconds behind here. Barney Williams in 5th. Emmanuel Nabodo 6th. Lewis Smitham, Stewart, Andrew, Tom Owens has dropped a position into 9th, and G-Tesh completes your top 10. Elliott, though, is defending for all his life, and all that he's doing is bringing Adam Hadfield, Barney Williams, and Emmanuel Nabodo back into this race.
You just sense that Paragon's getting a little bit frustrated here because he knows David Harvey's right behind him. There's been a few times, especially in the last few corners, that John Paragon has made very, very slight contact with the back of the cart of Johnny Elliott, just letting him know that he is there and just adding to the pressure that Johnny Elliott, and he must be under a huge amount of pressure. You can see it in the racing lines that he is taking. Proper, real defensive lines going around the fastest part of the course, and then clinging on using track position around the hairpins before he gets onto the Dunlop curves for going underneath the mezzanine past Century Sim corner. And then again, more contact. And here we go, number 19, David Harvey is sensing the opportunity here, because every time number 4, John Paragon, makes contact, it's actually slowing him up and giving David Harvey an opportunity to maybe make a move. And Adam Hadfield has now joined the battle, and this is now a train of karts that will decide the BIKC Champion 2022.
It literally looks to me like you've got all 16 drivers nose to tail here. Thinking about the defending champion, Adrian Ray's up to 14th, so he's already made a couple of places up on his first challenge, but Johnny Elliott is still holding the entire field back. Shows the sort of pace that these guys are running at the moment. They're in the 101s. They have been in the 59s for the majority of the night, and that is how hard Elliott is defending. He's quite literally backing them up here. Paragon has no way past. Hadfield's going to look down the inside of Harvey potentially, as we've got the entire field here nose to tail. There's a reason I love heavyweights. It's always action, and it's always close race in the top 6 are all nose to tail at the moment.
More contact.
With Louis Smith trying to get
more
into this one.
contact,
It's
John
just
Paragon.
bumping to try and get through. Harvey maybe looking for a dive down the inside. Looks like the top 2 just maybe getting a little bit of breathing room as Harvey now has his hands full of Hadfield. As you've got Elliott going up the ramp. Paragon still is on his rear bumper, but you can just see a gap starting to emerge between Paragon and Harvey as they now head up onto the top section of the circuit. 10 minutes to go here for the main event and 10 minutes to go in BIKC 2022. Double left-hander for Johnny Elliott, throws the kart through. Paragon is still on the rear bumper. It looks like Harvey again is starting to drop back a little bit. We've seen him do that before. Every now and again he just drops back,
really
give himself a little bit of space, and then he starts pulling out the really quick lap times.
Look,
but Paragon again around the outside. There's nothing he can do about it. Elliott is just holding him on the outside of the track and forcing him around the outside, but over the start-finish line once again as a warning flag goes out. We're not sure which driver that's for, but that's saying if you're doing something naughty, boss, cut it out. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting a penalty.
I've got to say, I think the stewards are all over John Paragon at the moment because there is kind of persistent contact that is going in there, born out of frustration that he's got so much extra speed. He's easily been, overall, I'd say, the fastest driver of the event this evening. His consistent lap times, he's cleared off into the distance in so many races, and here he is trapped in second position behind Johnny Elliott, who is at the moment giving an absolute masterclass of defensive driving. And we've seen a lot of defensive driving this weekend, and we are watching another dose of the absolute finest. John Paragon again gets right alongside here, so far alongside. Always a risk there that David Harvey is going to be able to do something and take that position, because David Harvey was my tip. I still feel there could be something. There could be something in this between Johnny Elliott and John Paragon. Something could happen. And if it does, David Harvey will be there.
There's a fight there between Hadfield and Williams. I think Williams launched the move down the inside of Century Sim Corner. It's caused Hadfield to drop back a little bit, so that's released the top 3. So now Harvey could just focus for a lap or so on the front of John Paragon. He looks over his shoulder. He now sees he's got a little bit of clear air. Paragon, though, has 0 answers for Johnny Elliott. It's every time he tries to go for a move, he's trying to go around the outside because Elliott's just forcing his kart down the inside. And like I said earlier, unless you have a massive overspeed on your competitor, there is no real way to hang it around the outside in one of these karts. That being said, this is BIKC. Just about anything can happen. Elliott again right down the inside of the circuit. Paragon's on the outside. He's fully alongside Johnny as they turn it into that corner. But you can see Harvey now has gone round is trying to go round the outside. But Elliott looks over. He's just currently holding John Paragon at arm's length here over the line again. That's lap 7 completed. 7 minutes on the clock. And David Harvey's right on the rear bumper once again. Looks like Louis Smith in 7th place is still on here. You've got the top 7 drivers covered by 1.8 seconds and a further second back to Stuart Andrew in 8th place. Once again, Johnny Elliott runs a defensive line, heads up the ramp. Once again, Paragon does not have an answer at this stage of the race, and time is slowly starting to run out for John Paragon in 2nd place there.
Well, you say that, Tom, it's a long race. We're only halfway through. Whatever's happened, we've got another lot of what we have just seen coming right up, and the gap, I don't need to say it's 0.186 seconds, so I've said it, but it is that. Whoa, look at that.
Just see, he's trying to throw
look
it
at that, even
inside.
contact of that part of the circuit. That is how much quicker that driver number 4, John Paragon, is. He's going to have to change strategy here, Tom. He's going to try. He's got to change strategy because he's trying to overtake Johnny Elliott at the wrong places, and Johnny Elliott is all wise to it. Elliott knows exactly where the attacks are coming, and he's just got his kart in exactly the right place. I would say that John Paragon needs to change strategy and try and attack Johnny Elliott somewhere where he is not expecting the attack to come from.
Yeah, so Elliott is just taking a slightly different line through that left-right chicane. He's opening up the second part of the corner so he can quite literally glue the kart down the right-hand side of the track to force John Paragon to try and overtake him on the outside. Fastest lap of the race sits with Stuart Andrew at 59.981. Johnny Elliott's time, by comparison, is a 60.370. So he's only about 4/10 behind, but look how quickly everyone is just stacking up behind the Manchester Trafford driver. Again, he takes that alternate line. He's running it down the grid as as the entire field is throwing it to the left-hand side on the traditional racing line. Again, Paragon's fully alongside, but there's absolutely nothing he can do. Harvey again tries to go for the same sort of move. These guys are just in a stalemate at this time, and each lap that ticks by, Paragon's got less and less opportunities to try and get through.
See, I see what Paragon's doing here. He's literally going on the main straight, then he's tucking in alongside, but he's blocking him. He's blocking Johnny Elliott from moving out to create the correct racing line around those hairpins. But Johnny Elliott is wise to it and is just moving over and just almost bashing John Paragon over to the right-hand side so that he's got enough space to take a racing line that he knows he can go round and keep the kart in first position. That's what's going on here. But for me, I still back the fact that John Paragon needs to change tactics. He needs to start attacking Johnny Elliott in a different area of the track. That is the only way in which he's going to go through and take the win here. That is one of the most defensive lines that we have seen anybody do in an adult car. Once again, he does it, and Johnny Elliott needs to just bash his way over. Just move across to make sure he's got enough space to go through that corner with a decent racing line.
The issue that Paragon's got is that Elliott's got the pace to hold him through this corner here, so a good overtaking point is normally through Century Sim corner. We've seen a good few moves at this corner here towards the mech bay, and then coming out under the tunnel and up the ramp. But again, Elliott just glues the kart to the inside. There's nothing that Paragon can do about it. He's not close enough. The only time where you can see Paragon is really gaining is up through the flyover. So it looks like if he's going to make the move, he's going to have to go for maybe a lunge into the hairpin on the top section of the circuit, or he's going to have to find a way of outfoxing Elliott and getting away through the first hairpin. If he gets the inside there and on the inside of Johnny Elliott, I think Paragon will be able to make the move. But time is running out, and the fact that Elliott is gluing the kart to the inside of the corner, it means that Paragon is forced to go the long way round, because now he's on the outside and Elliott can just hold him where he wants. There's absolutely nothing he can do. As Paragon gesticulates in front, he's trying everything he can to get past. He's like, what is going on here? Why can't I do it?
And Tom, there's a great comment on the live stream. It says, Chris Thomas says, I love how Johnny has literally just in Warrington into Monaco.
Yeah, go on, son, send it, and that's exactly what he's doing around this 1,000-metre circuit. Every single opportunity the Paragon's had. Oh, little bit of a touch there. Elliott was sideways maybe throughout the tunnel section. Is this the sign that he's maybe rattled? I reckon we're probably getting towards the closing stage of this race. 2, possibly 3 more laps. I'm probably erring on the side of 2 laps to go here, so when the leader goes over the line, I think we will have 2 laps to go. So it's still Elliott, Paragon, Harvey, Hadfield, Williams, your top 5 as they come down the round. Remember, these guys competing for a full season in Club 100, the fastest arrive and drive championship in the country. It's 11 rounds of racing, and that is a prize really worth fighting for, as these drivers are throwing everything they have at each other. And they drop through the top section of the circuit. So over the line, 2 to go here at TeamSport Warrington. Elliott still has the advantage, but not by much. As they cross the line, the top 4 drivers come up by less than a second on circuit. Paragon now, if he's got anything left in the tank, he's gonna have to try and throw it at Johnny Elliott over the next 2 laps. Through the tunnel, up onto the mezzanine once again. Elliott again going defensive. He is driving the widest kart here at TeamSport Warrington. We joked about L Plan coming together. It looks like it is so far for Johnny Elliott. Up on the top section of the track. Paragon again, look to the inside down by the Ferrari wall. That's not really an overtaking point, but at this point, he's going to have to think about every move he could possibly make to try and take this title away from Johnny Elliott.
Okay, here we go. We are about to a few corners before we start the final lap, and again, supreme defensive driving. And this is the bit where he has to just move over and create the space in order to take that corner with enough track position to keep that kart in the lead. And we are looking now at the final lap of BIKC 2022. Here we go, it's been a belt of a competition. Are we going to get a real sting in the tail on the final lap? It's been this way all the way through. In fact, the top 3 just starting to pull away from the rest of the field. It is between these 3 drivers, and is anybody going to be brave enough? There are Podium. Each of these 3 drivers is going to get a trophy at the moment. Is any of them in second, third brave enough to take it, to make that move, to see if they can go through and become the BIKC champion of
Paragon's running out of time.
2022.
He's running out of time. He's possibly only got a couple of overtaking points to get, but this is where he's quick. He's quicker down this straight again. Elliott throws it to the inside. Paragon, if he's got anything left in the tank, now is the time to use it. He's round the outside of the second hairpin into the third one. Elliott has held him at arm's length. We wanted to see what had happened when these two met on circuit, and now we have the answer. Johnny Elliott is your BIKC champion. 1.6 tenths of a second cover the top two. 3/10 cover the top three. Is that the closest finish we've seen in BIKC history? I don't know, but that was a fantastic race. Johnny Elliott, your 2022 BIKC heavyweight champion. Congratulations, boys. That was a fantastic show, and look what it means to him. Look how happy he is, celebrating with the team. That's Brad Philpott we saw earlier on, and the drivers come up. That is Manchester Trafford scoring their second title in BIKC history. They won the cadets in 2022, and thanks to Johnny Elliott, they have now won the heavyweight title of 2022. That was absolutely fantastic. Now, the top three are going to be coming down onto the main straight, and we'll be getting a word with them shortly. But your full order: Johnny Elliott is your champion, vice champion John Paragon. David Harvey is in third place and will take a step on the podium. Adam Hadfield, he hasn't finished outside the top four in BIKC, and now he's kept that run up. Barney Williams in fifth place, and look at what that means to Johnny Elliott. To get all the reaction, it's down to Rod on the grid.
It's actually not Rod, it's Will. It's the better looking Geordie lad, that's what he is. Lads, want to start getting out your cards, get some interviews underway. Lads, want to start coming around? How are you feeling, mate? How was that?
That was absolutely epic.
That is probably one of the closest races we have had all weekend. That was absolutely blistering to watch. What do you think you've done, like throughout your journey here today? What do you think you've done well that's got you that third place today?
I think, well, I was here last year and I've done lots and lots of practicing. It's just practice, really.
Yeah, practice made perfect. Well done there, mate. Well done there. Is it John? John, want to start coming around, mate? Mate, well done. That was absolutely fantastic there. How are you feeling after that second place?
I feel warm. I don't know, mixed emotions on that one. It was good. I'll settle for a second. I got second last year, so I was aiming for number one, ideally. I'll take a second.
So 2 seconds in a row, so next year we'll go for that first place, though, yeah?
No, I'll just take a second again.
You've got to improve on the next time. You've got to, I'll tell you what, you were getting close around there. Is there anything you're going to do next year different that you're going to beat this lad Elliot over here?
I'm going to steal his wheels so he can't turn up next year.
You're going to steal his wheels so he can't race next year?
If he don't turn up, I'll be fine, I think.
Well done, no chairs, mate. Well done. Absolutely fantastic race to watch. Johnny, get yourself in, mate. BIKC winner. Well done, mate. Absolutely fantastic racing here today. How are you feeling after that?
Wow, I don't think I've got emotional after a race before, but that was, yeah, I nearly teared up after across the line. That was intense.
Honestly, so was the comments in the live stream. Honestly, defend like a lion. Honestly, Fernando Alonso defending them lines through there, absolutely fantastic. Is that what got you your first place today? Was it all that good defending?
Yeah, I think it was a combination of the defending and then just getting that lap time in the semi-final. I just pipped John to pole, and that was, I think it was like 5,000. So yeah, that's what contributed to pole.
Do you think you were getting a bit nervous when he started like tapping your back a bit and trying to give you warning signs? Like, what were you feeling at that moment when he was keep tapping you in the back?
Yeah, it's just more pressure, you know. Like you feel it, and I knew that the kart didn't have the pace as with the guys behind me. So I just kind of, you just have to, you get used to it. It's part of racing.
Racing, absolutely fantastic, guys. Well done, our heavyweight BIKC winner, Johnny Elliott. Well done, guys. And I think, are we ready to go back to Russ? I don't think we are. The camera can just stare at a good-looking Geordie man for a bit, but I will pass it back over to Russ for the presentations.
Thank you very much, Will. We fixed it, look, we fixed it. We think. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have one thing left to do. We have to crown another BIKC champion of 2022. But before we get there, I'm going to hand you over to the COO of TeamSport Indoor Karting. Put your hands together, Mr. Simon Wooldridge.
Hey, thank you, Russ. Thank you. So, firstly, a massive well done to all the drivers. That was an amazing race to watch. Some exceptional driving. And from 5,000 people that entered BIKC to get to the final is really some achievement. So a massive well done. Thank you to all the spectators as well that have come along, and thank you to everyone for their patience as well this evening, because we know it's run on a little bit later than we anticipated. And thank you to our sponsors, so Motorsport UK, of course. We've got BizKarts, we've got Club 100, we've got Total Karting Zero and Monster, so thank you very much to them. And last but not least, a massive a round of applause for the team, please, who have put on a mega event and have done an amazing job. So thank you very much. And we've got, are these the Will Chew bits? Okay, Club 100, we'll give them out in a minute. Okay, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Right, okay, let's get straight into the presentation. So, has to be said, what a final. That is the final. The clerk of the course, James Hislop, already said that is the final we were wanting all weekend. What a fantastic, good-spirited grand final. And we got 3 worthy winners that are going to take home some real silverware. But in third place, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for David Harvey. Here we go. So that's third place. Now, what can we say about the next driver? The next driver was the favorite, the early favorite, made the early running. In the heats, cleared off. Lap 1, 1.8 seconds in the lead at one point. However, he comes home in second place for the second year in a row. It has to be the one, the only, Mr. John Paragon! But the winning driver, we'll just have some pictures. Okay, good, right. But we have one driver left. We have one more driver to crown as a British Indoor Karting Champion with one of the best displays of defensive driving we have seen all weekend. He put his kart exactly where it needed to be to win the entire event. Ladies and gentlemen, your British Indoor Karting Champion of 22 for the heavyweights, it is Johnny Elliott! Whoop, whoop. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're just going to have a few pictures. There you go. Lots and lots of silverware there. We're just going to check with the paparazzi here until everything is done. Fantastic. I've got a thumbs up. Okay. Right now, gents, it's the important bit. Look, we've forgotten to put the plastic out. Look what's happened. It's all gone wrong at the last minute. We've got champagne there. Those bottles of champagne are armed and loaded. And here we go. They're shaking. They're shaking. Come on, let's make it a good one. Yes! Ladies and gentlemen, the best champagne fight as well all weekend, it has to be said. Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for the winners of the heavyweight BIKC 2022. And ladies and gentlemen, all is left for me to say. Can I just also say a huge shout out to your staff, all lined up here, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic job all the staff have done here all weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, take a bow. Take a bow. You've been absolutely amazing. But all that's left for me to say is a huge thank you to everybody for supporting us through BIKC 2022. And watch out, because BIKC 2023 is coming. Thank you so much, and good night.
Oh, well, there we go. That's it. Oh. My earpiece has gone again every time he screams. I'm just taking
Russ
it out
keeps
now.
breaking it?
Yeah. There's just no point anymore. It's
Where
gone.
is he?
What an absolute weekend. Incredible. We've got loads of brand new champions. It's been crazy. Have you enjoyed yourself, Jen?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Is that it? Is that all we're getting?
Yeah, it's been a very long day, but
it's been a long weekend. Yeah, it was all right.
yeah, no, I'm glad to see Dante being a 3-time winner now of BIKC. It's nice to see the return of that. Interesting middleweight final. I don't think we expected any one of those drivers to be on the podium. A very, very interesting race. Very good qualifying from a lot of them, and a lot of practice and hard work has gone from all the drivers today.
Yeah, really cool. I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to the marshals. Thank you to everybody down there. The guys, Revolution Audio, everybody down there has done amazing. Lewis and Kyle, come and say hello. These guys have been running around feeding the cameramen, sort of getting everything ready for us here. You've got there's the guys at the back. There's Tom. There's everybody. Everybody, come and say bye. This is the best bit. We can just ramble.
And most importantly, thank the mechanics though for this weekend
Mechanics,
as well.
Adam Beale, Dave,
Connor,
everybody. It's just been. We're finally there. It's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's very tired. Still very excited. What's to be said? See you later.
Just to go over the results one last time for the heavyweight final.
Go for it.
We had
Stay
third
professional.
place David Harvey with a 1 minute 1 minute 0.43. We had second place John Paragon returning to the podium again with a 1 minute 0.3, and then Johnny Elliott, the winner of this year's event, didn't have a great BIKC last year, but nice to make up for it this year with a 1 minute 0.3, winning the title this year.
I'm just going to say as well, I don't want to go to, I know we need to sort of wrap up, but look at the difference there. So 1 minute 3.70, 1 minute 3.74.
So Johnny's amazing defending.
Wow. That's
Oh well, here we are. This is it. It's the end. Obviously, we're going to be back next year for 23. If you're interested, bikc.co.uk is where you're at. Get yourself signed up. Everything will be open again in the new year. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, it's going to be
Qualifying starts in June. Thank you, Lewis. That's awesome.
Emotional journey starts again.
The emotional journey starts again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. It's been amazing.
Have a good one. Noise. Everybody make some noise in the bar. See you later. All the best, Blaze. See you next year. Goodbye.
Okay. Good night.
If that happens again, I'm going to get my arse out.